Call the meeting to order and ask Commissioner Carter Court to lead the pledge communication.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us bow our heads, please. Our Father, we come before you this morning, just thanking you for allowing us to assemble here in this chamber. We thank you for all your grace, your mercy, and your blessings.
Yes.
Now is a time that we need the blessings of this country.
Yes, Lord.
We thank you for blessing this board and giving us the ability to make decisions for the citizens of this county and for this county. Let us all be mindful of the things that we're supposed to be standing for, and that is for the citizens of this county. This and all my blessings and all the things that come to us and affect us. Lord, just be there for us. Amen.
Amen.
That's great. All right, this time we'll have an update on the Riverside project. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Hope everybody is well this morning. Excited to have Ross Perry with Withers Ravenel to come back to you and give you the final report for the Riverside hydraulic study. A very extensive study, a lot of detail, time, energy, and effort has been put into this. We've seen 3.5 weeks of a drought. We've seen 2 tropical storms and other things that have happened as far as what's happened over the last couple of months. So they've had many opportunities to document all this. What I've been impressed with is looking back at the history of what's happened in the community as far as soil and water and the different studies that we've done. We've had the initial community meeting that we had a couple of months ago where we had a charrette where we let them put dots on a map, and you'll see why that was so important as Ross goes through his study to look at the areas of concern. The hydraulic model has been completed and an assessment of the entire area. And then what you'll see is options for mitigation in phases and cost estimates for that as well. And that's what the board had asked for. So just real briefly before I let Ross come and give the presentation, next steps. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the hydraulic team of NCDOT Division 6. Ross and I will be sitting down with them, showing the study, and then try to collaborate our efforts to look at right-of-ways and look at culverts and what Commissioner Matthews, you had talked about that a little bit. So we're going to put all that on the table and kind of look and see if there's mitigating efforts that we can do together. Then on Thursday, December 19th at 6 p.m., Commissioner McCoy and I have got together and we would like to invite the Riverside community downstairs in our training room, and we're going to give this same report to the community and then answer questions and concerns that they may have. So that's the next steps moving forward. So I'm excited to bring Ross up to you now with Withers Ravenel. He's going to go through the complete assessment of the hydraulic model, and then questions, concerns that you have, we'll be glad to answer.
All right, thanks for having me today. Like Coley said, I was just give a kind of an update and the kind of the summary of the drainage report that we discussed several weeks ago at a previous workshop. Just a quick agenda, introduction to study area. We'll go through the objectives and site assessments real quickly. We went through all that last time. But we'll mainly want to focus on kind of the existing condition model results that we briefly touched on last time, but move into what our proposed improvements are and the prioritization of those proposed improvement projects. And then we can a quick discussion about potential funding sources and next steps moving forward to hopefully get this study implemented. And then happy to take any questions. So Coley already gave introductions. I'm Ross Perry. Julia Bruno, she's couldn't make it today. She's sick today, but she was the main staff engineer, helped do a lot of studies on this. And I special thanks to Coley and Lynn. They've been absolute help coordinating us, getting us in contact with the community, and getting us all the resources we need to get this study underway. So just a quick reminder of what we were talking about with this study. So the study area is the Riverside community. It's bounded by the Cape Fear River on the east, Titan Roberts Road on the west, and then NC 217 on the south. And then the upper Little River goes across the north, so it's kind of the drainage area that we're looking at. Includes Bun Level Irwin Road, Bunside Lane, Beaver Road, Roosevelt Road, with the main conveyances, like drainage conveyances in the drainage area being Beaver Dam Swamp Canal and the upper Little River. And so just a reminder, the purpose of this study was to hopefully identify improvement projects that the county could help facilitate or implement to mitigate frequency and severity of flooding within this study area. So we started, the first step was to identify the existing flood issues. And so as Coley mentioned, we held a public meeting where the public came and they put dots on maps. We took really detailed notes, collected information about different flooding areas, types of flooding, potential causes of the flooding. We sent out a survey, online survey and paper survey for people to fill out where they could provide the same information. We also worked with county staff to go out into the field and collect actual information on the drainage infrastructure. They took shots of the culverts and a couple ditches for us. And so we took all of that and we developed a detailed flood model so that we could kind of visualize and see the actual flooding conditions, and then that flood model allows us to manipulate it, add improvements, see what their benefits are. And so that was kind of the purpose of this project. The ultimate goal is to get projects implemented. I just want to I'll keep iterating that throughout the project. We don't want this to stop at this study. Our goal is to help the county get projects implemented so we can actually see benefits. And so this is kind of the process I just explained. At this point, we've pretty much wrapped up all the modeling, and we've provided a draft study to the county staff to review. And so we're right here at the summary end of the actual study. The next steps, as Coley mentioned, is we'll provide. We're going to hold a public meeting to get their input on the results of the findings as well. And then also, as the staff has time to do a thorough review and we discuss with NCDOT about possibilities of some of the improvements we do, we'll take all that final information and finalize the report, tweak conclusions if we need to. But the final step that we're hoping to work for is take those proposed improvements and help the county start looking for potential funding sources. So that will be the next step. And so where we left after the last update we gave, we had the existing model up and running, and we kind of had a good idea of what the flood conditions were. We had gone out after the tropical storms and that cyclone that we had and taken a bunch of pictures, actually physically observed flooding in the community. We used that to validate the model results. After looking at the model results, there was a lot of standing water that we couldn't quite account for, that we were seeing in the field that we weren't so much as seeing in the model. And so we sent our field crews out to walk Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, because that's where a lot of the flooding we were seeing in the field was. And what they actually found is 2 inactive beaver dams and 1 active beaver dam within the canal. And so this is a picture of the beaver dam. It's actually just south of the Harnett County Pump Station. If you know where that is, it's south of Shadow Creek Lane, I think is the name of the road. Anyway, the beaver dam it's over 400 feet long. It dams up the actual canal. So Beaver Dam Swamp Canal is a man-made canal. It dams up the actual canal, and then when the water overflowed the canal to go through the overbanks, the beavers actually built dams in the overbanks. So it's actually a significant obstruction. It's backing up a little over 2 feet of water. And with how flat the topography is in the study area, that 2 feet of water is going all the way up the canal and actually intercepting, going under the culverts and resulting in standing water on both sides of Bun Level Church Road. And so this was exactly what we were looking for. When we incorporated this into the model, we started seeing the exact results of standing water and flooding around the roadway that we were seeing in the field post a couple tropical storm events. And so just kind of updating like on the model, we looked at the 2, 10, and 25-year 24-hour design storm events. We discussed last time, we consider these low to medium frequency storm event, high to medium frequency storm events. 2-year, 10-year, 25 years, those are statistical based on like the last 70 years of rainfall. You expect to see a 2-year event every 2 years. That is not how the world is right now. 10-year, once every 10 years, Harnett County has already seen 3 10-year events this year. And so these are kind of becoming more and more common. We didn't look beyond the 25. Once you get into like the 50 and 100-year storm events, the Cape Fear actually rises high enough to where it causes flooding into the study area. That's obviously a much, much larger concern, something that, simple improvement projects aren't going to be able to deal with. And so we're looking at mitigating flooding with those more higher frequency, more nuisance type storm events that we're seeing more often. And just kind of comparison here. So Tropical Storm Debbie, which was in August, was 3.2 inches in 24 hours. It didn't get labeled a tropical storm. They called it Cyclone 8, but it happened in mid-September, got 3.9 inches in 24 hours. And then we had recently had Hurricane Helene. It didn't hit Harnett County very hard, but just another example of a North Carolina storm that in some areas was 100, 500, even 1,000-year storm. So a lot of these are tropical storms and hurricanes, but they're happening multiple times a year. But you can see for the 2 that impacted Harnett County, they were both right in the range of a 2-year storm, and they happened within a month of each other. And so this is just kind of a quick example of the existing conditions flood model. So this is really sped up, but over a 24-hour period. I'll see if I can let it run one more time. But you can see one of the biggest issues that we're looking at is what we call residual flooding. So back it up and do it again. So you can see it peaks, and then all the water recedes, but not very much water recedes. And so that residual flooding that sticks around after the peak of a storm event, that was one of our main focuses here, because that's a lot of where a lot of the environmental, like you get standing water, you get mosquitoes, snakes, habitats. It just is nuisance to the community, and like long standing up against like flooding like that in crawl spaces and up against foundations, you can cause structural damage. It's really what we were trying to mitigate here. And so this is just kind of another example of the existing condition flood model, and you can see on the left-hand side the standing water before the rainfall. So we built in initial conditions or standing water is associated with the wetlands and the beaver dams and all that. And then on the right side you can just see a screenshot of like the peak flooding during a storm event, and this is a 2-year storm event, so very similar to the tropical storms. I'm going to quickly go through this. We went through this last time. This is just kind of showing examples of how we, prepare the existing condition model. But what you'll see on the left is, little videos taken from our actual model. Once we have it calibrated, we've incorporated the beaver dams, we have everything up and running. And then on the right, you'll see pictures that we actually took following the the tropical storm. And so we use this to validate the model. And so, here you can see we took pictures of standing water and flooding in the yard, and it matched up very closely with what we were seeing in our model results. Here's another example south of the agricultural center where you've got a lot of standing water in the right-of-ways and in the lots, and it matched up nicely with what we were seeing. Here's another example of where we were seeing, 6 to 8 inches of water in the vicinity or up against the foundation of a few houses along Butler Orwin Road, and the model also captured this as well. And so, I guess moving on, we took that existing conditions model and we started, for lack of a better word, just iteratively playing with the model to implement potential improvements to see what their benefits would be. And so the first step we did is we did this in phases. So the first phase is we looked at what if we just what we called restore existing infrastructure. So we looked at restoring roadside ditches, clean them out. so that there's positive flow along the ditch between culvert to culvert to culvert. That also include cleaning out the culverts, pulling out any debris that we observed. We took a bunch of pictures of the culverts and stuff when we were in the field, and if they were half full of sediment, like, we modeled them that way. And so we were able to go back into the model, remove that sediment, lower the ditches, and see what kind of benefits we were getting. We also looked at doing restoration along a few drainage conveyances, the most important one being Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. We included the removal of any of the blockage that our field guys found, the removal of the beaver dams. And so that was kind of phase one. So we manipulated the existing condition model with these restoration activities, and then we ran the model again to see what kind of flood mitigation benefits we would see. After that phase, we kind of moved into phase two, which we're calling stormwater infrastructure improvements. And that's where we actually started making changes to the stormwater infrastructure, upsizing existing culverts, adding new culverts, installing stormwater pipes or entirely new drainage conveyances where there currently is none or it's drastically undersized. And then after we looked at that, we also, the kind of third phase was looking at making significant improvements to Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. Because what we started realizing by this point is most of the areas of concern we had identified, most of the flooding areas, they drain to Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. And if we can't get drainage through that major conveyance, none of the other upstream improvements are going to have a significant impact. And so our third phase, we've already talked about just removing debris, like removing beaver dams, removing like limbs and blockages. But phase three is a full restoration of Beaver Dam Canal. So that what that really includes is dredging. So removing all the built up sediment and actually returning it to its original slope, its original conveyance capacity. We also looked at a phase four where we looked at putting in significant infrastructure. We mainly were looking at putting in pump stations, like stormwater pump stations, to remove, to actually take some of the standing water or residual water following a storm event, pump it to a different area. In this case, we were looking at pumping it to the Cape Fear, which has much more capacity. We quickly realized that the volume of water that is held in the low-lying areas and around Beaver Dam Swamp Canal and around Bun Levels, Irwin, is just too much for a pump station. We were looking at a pump station capable of doing like 100,000 gallons per minute, like multi-million-dollar pump station, and it wasn't putting a dent in the amount of volume that was sitting there. So we did look at significant infrastructure, but just up front, it didn't seem feasible at the time, and the best way is to actually improve the current drainage infrastructure of the Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. So we'll kind of get into that. So we looked at all of these different phases and different implements, and what we did afterwards is we looked at the ones that would result in the most benefit to the community, and we actually established proposed projects. And we somewhat ranked them at the beginning, but we went through a prioritization process that kind of moved a few up and down. But we started with that same approach. So based on our modeling results, with the majority of the flooding draining to Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, our first project is to remove the debris, beaver dams, and just restore the surface capacity to the Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. Project two, along those same restorations, is to restore the existing drainage conveyances and infrastructure. This is mostly within the right-of-ways of the existing roads. And I'll talk about this a little bit later, but one of the biggest challenges to this study area is all of the major conveyances for stormwater are either located in NCDOT right-of-ways or on private property. Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, which is once again the largest conveyance of water for this storage area, is almost solely located on private property, except for where it crosses under roadways. Project three is the installation of a couple new culverts under Bun Level Irwin Road, which I'll show you what I'm talking about. And then project four, there's a few other culverts along Bun Level that we are recommending to be upsized. And then project five is circling back to the full restoration of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, the actual dredging of it. Sorry, that's project six. Project five is, there's an area, and I'll just show you the areas. But project 5 is actually diverting water over to the Cape Fear for a certain area that floods. So I'll kind of go through them in detail. So project 1, this is clearing Beaver Dam Swamp Canal debris, remove the beaver dams. It's hard to, from this far anyway, but in the image on the right is a comparison. So the light blue is kind of the new flood inundation areas that we're looking at, and the dark blue is kind of the older ones. The biggest significant is in depth of flooding. And so if we can just remove the debris, remove the beaver dams, we see almost a 2-foot reduction in residual flood depths along Beaver Dam Swamp Canal all the way up to Bun Level Road. With the biggest significant increase being in the residual flooding. So that flooding that is after a storm event. So it definitely helps during the peak of a storm event, but the most important, at least to me, is that after a storm event, all that residual water can now drain, and it's not being restricted by the blockages. Challenges, which I briefly discussed, is Beaver Dam Swamp Canal is almost entirely located on private property. So to implement this, you would have to get agreements with the current property owners to allow for access to remove the debris and beaver dams. Also, Beaver Dam Swamp Canal being a major conveyance is considered a waters of the U.S., and so there would be some environmental permitting with the Corps. I don't think it's anything that would be difficult. Just know that that is a time constraint. The Corps permitting usually takes, 2 to 3 months at minimum, and it's just a, permitting loophole you have to jump through. And so this kind of shows in profile kind of the results. So you can see the active beaver dam, if you look in the profile, has over 2 feet of water backed up behind it. And so just removing that is a significant increase in conveyance, dropping the water levels in the canal from being 3 feet deep after a storm event down to closer to 6 to 8 inches deep. And so project 2, this is the restoration of the drainage conveyances and infrastructure. So the yellow lines are all of the right-of-ways that we are looking at improving the drainage infrastructure. So that's just digging out road ditches, blasting out culverts, getting everything to be, to its original intended capacity. And so almost 90% of what we have highlighted for being improved upon is located with the NCDOT right-of-way, which, as Coley mentioned, is one of the main reasons we are meeting with them. Because we'll need to coordinate any these improvements, obviously, with them, hopefully to get their cooperation in getting it implemented. But just restoring the conveyances back to their original capacity, we were seeing flood depth reductions up to 18 inches in some hours for the residual flooding, mostly within the right-of-ways, and a lot of that flooding in the right-of-ways was spilling over into residential lots. And so the challenges, like I discussed, it's in NCDOT right-of-ways, so we have to work with them. There are a few portions that are on private properties, so we'd have to get access agreements there. These are mostly just drainage conveyances, between lots that drain a low area behind them to get it to the right-of-way, so we would need access in those areas to kind of clean them out. Is that the results we're showing for this improvement are assuming that Project 1 has already been implemented. So assuming Beaver Dam Canal has already been lowered. So kind of spoiler to the end of this, the restoration of Beaver Dam Canal is going to be the main priority because all of these other improvements drain to it, most of them. And so just know that the benefits that we are showing here, the reduction in storm peak flooding within right-of-ways and the 18-inch reduction in flooding within nuisance flooding in lots post-storm events, that is assuming that Beaver Dam Swamp Canal has also had the debris removed so that everything can flow. Another point about this project I do want to make is, and you'll see in some of the results exhibits I have at the end, there will still be some residual flooding showing up on residential lots. This is mostly where there's just low-lying areas that are just kind of holding water on that particular lot. That was kind of beyond the scope of the study. We're not looking at making individual private property lot improvements, but by improving the drainage in the right-of-way, you give those property owners the option to install a simple French drain or maybe pipe their roof leaders to the ditch. You give them a positive outlet. Whereas right now, most of the ditches are, nowhere near capacity, if not completely filled in. The driveway culverts are embedded, and so even if they were to make improvements themselves, the water has nowhere to go. And so by making these improvements along the right of way, you're giving that water an outlet, and you're giving them an option to get their own, to do improvements on their own property. And so this is just kind of showing some more benefits. So this is Gentry Road. Like I said, you can see there's still a little bit of residual flooding left on some of the properties on the residential lots along there. But most of the flooding in the right-of-way is taken care of by the right-of-way improvements that we're proposing. And then kind of shifting over, this is Titan Road, and then kind of in the middle, going east to west, is Badlands Road. Same thing, you can see just improving the ditches, blasting out culverts. It will help with a lot of the flooding within the right-of-way. There's still a lot of residual flooding in those kind of low-lying areas behind the lots and stuff, but it gives you a route. And so kind of zooming in on Bun Level Irwin Road in a few areas, there's still some residual flooding in the low-lying wetlands area, and you'll see to the north of Bun Level Irwin Road, there are several residential structures that still have flooding around them. That's an area that we look at with the next project. Essentially, there is no culvert there, and there is no infrastructure there to improve currently to remove that flooding. So just trying to make the point here that while this does alleviate a lot of the flooding in the right-of-way, there's still a lot of low-lying areas that will experience flooding. But this is kind of the first step. And then just moving farther down Bun Level Irwin Road, between removing the debris in Beaver Dam Swamp Canal and making all of the drainage improvements, there's actually this is where the most significant flood reduction is in this. There's like that, it goes up and then back down and kind of loops around the agricultural center. Within that drainage ditch that then crosses under Bun Level Irwin Road and ties into Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, there's a drastic reduction. Like this is where we're seeing as much as 18 inches reduction in flooding in that area and near that intersection. So moving on to Project 3, this is back to where we were seeing the low-lying areas to the north of Bun Level Irwin Road. There are two areas. One is approximately adjacent to lot 4323 Bun Level Irwin Road, and the second one is next to 4479 Bun Level Irwin Road. Second. Yeah, the pointer doesn't show up. But it's where you can see the dark blue in the middle of the picture. The dark blue represents old flooding. The light blue represents new flooding. So you can see all that dark blue. If we could just get a culvert installed to allow that water to drain to the south side, it alleviates pretty much all that standing water on the north side there. And then same as you move a little to the east. There's another area where there's a handful of lots that are impacted by a low-lying kind of wooded wetland area, but that installing a culvert there would allow that to drain, which would remove a lot of the nuisance flooding in that area as well. And I just want to point out, these aren't like crazy infrastructure improvements. We're talking like a 24-inch concrete pipe. So just a very standard, NCDOT cross pipe. So this would be Project 3. This is the main new infrastructure we're proposing to just try to capture some of those low-lying areas and get them to the south. When we do that in those two low-lying areas, we were seeing a reduction in residual flooding up to 18 inches. It removed all of the standing water from the foundations of those built from those residential areas. Challenges are pretty much the same. We've discussed the culverts would need to be installed into an NCDOT right-of-way, so we would need their cooperation. Obviously, the installation of the culverts would require lane closures, typical roadway construction, so there would be some hindrance to the residents in that area with detours. Also, because these tie to low-lying wetlands, there would be permitting through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Once again, we don't think that's a real hindrance. Just know that it's a timeline concern. You have to go through all the red tape before you can implement the project. And then once again, just iterating that the installation of these roadway culverts also assume that the drainage improvements along the right-of-way have been been made without the ditches that they ultimately connect to being cleaned out as part of Project 2. The benefits aren't nearly what we're showing here. And so Project 4 is focusing on upsizing a few culverts under Bun Level Irwin Road, specifically the ones highlighted here. The one is actually at the head of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. It's where, once again, that loop that goes up and around comes back down under Bun Level Irwin Road and ties directly into the canal. Currently, it's like an 18-inch, and we're proposing to upsize it to a 30 just to get more conveyance, kind of reduce the amount of time water has to sit up there in that low-lying area to get through. And then there's also a culvert under, I think it's Beaver Road, where a lot of the standing water in those residential areas sits waiting to get through a small roadway culvert, so we're recommending to upsize that so that it can pass under the road and then go up and around and then back down to Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. And so, same as the last, the benefits: reduces peak flooding, reduces residual flooding in kind of those residential areas upstream of both of those. And it's the same challenges as the last one. These are culvert replacements and DOC right away. There'll be permanent involved, there'll be road closures. Nothing too crazy. That's not typical of a standard kind of roadway improvement project. And so Project 5 is on top of the additional improvements we've seen so far. There's a lot of standing water at the intersection of Beaver Road and Bun Level Irwin Road. That even with the improvements we've discussed so far, it still kind of lingers there. A lot of that is because that drainage ditch that goes up and around is just so flat that water moves very slowly through it. And so what we're proposing is actually to provide the water a secondary outlet. And so you can see kind of the redlined area. So this would actually be installing a couple driveway culverts and some stormwater infrastructure, mostly roadside ditches, that would actually allow the water to go to the east. In the agricultural, those couple fields over there, there's already an existing ditch with pretty significant capacity to it already that discharges out to the Cape Fear. And so we just want to connect the drainage from this intersection, which receives drainage from all of the residential areas between Beaver Road and Roosevelt Road, and give it essentially a secondary outlet. So when you do have a large storm event and water levels come up, you're not waiting for that water to go all the way around and then down through Beaver Dam Swamp. Once it gets to a certain elevation, it can actually go to the east as well and discharge into the Cape Fear. And so this results in pretty significant flood mitigations within that residential area. Once again, it's the same challenges as the previous ones. The improvements we're proposing are within the right-of-way, so we'd have to work with DOT, Army Corps of Engineers, all the typical permitting. But looking at up to a foot of reduction in residual flooding in that residential area between those two roads. So, and then the final project we're proposing is the big one that I mentioned up front, is the actual dredging of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. So going one step beyond just removing the debris, which we're picturing as being kind of something that's done by hand. You get a field crew in there with some chainsaws and stuff, maybe some small equipment, you can remove the debris. The dredging is a much larger undertaking. That's something that's going to require large equipment. You have to clear access paths. There's a lot more permitting. It's a lot more expensive, which we'll get into, which is why we broke it out as a separate project. This one, surprisingly, the flood mitigation benefits, assuming that the debris has already been removed, are actually pretty minimal. With the debris removed, you can get water through and you can mitigate the flooding. The reason we're still proposing this is mostly from a maintenance standpoint. Right now, Beaver Dam Swamp Canal has a bunch of sediment deposited in it from all the historical blockages. And so it makes it very easy, with the slope being so shallow, it makes it very easy for other debris to just kind of settle as it flows in after a storm event. And it's just gonna be an ongoing maintenance. Our belief is that we can get in and we can dredge it out, we can get the velocity and flow back to that canal, that you'll have less deposition of sediment, less deposition of debris, and it'll lessen that maintenance headache. And so this is more of a long-term maintenance alleviation project more than it is a flood mitigation project. but it's something we're recommending from a long-term kind of resiliency standpoint. It's the same challenges as just cleaning out the debris, just like, you know, a whole magnitude larger. Now, instead of, you know, getting access to the property with just a few field guys to remove debris, now you have to get access to the private property with large equipment. And like I said, you're clearing access roads and stuff like that. So it's a much larger undertaking with a price tag that's a magnitude larger. And so these are just kind of, I'll quickly run through these, but these kind of show the results. So assuming we can implement like the top 3 or 4 projects, this is a side-by-side comparison of residual flooding for the 2-year storm, which is very similar to the tropical storm that Harnett County saw this year. And so this is just kind of quickly, just kind of shows you the anticipated results. Want to stress, I mean, we're not able to solve like all residual flooding, but it does appear to make a pretty significant difference, especially along the major conveyances and along Bun Level Irwin Road. So that's an example, kind of looking at Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, the upstream half of it. And then this is just a comparison of there at where Bad Roads and Titan Roads hit. I know that there was a reporting of good flooding at that intersection. And so this is just kind of a comparison showing that the inundation areas don't look much better, but just by restoring the roadside swales there, I mean, we're seeing reductions in flood elevations of 6 inches. So here's those 2 areas where we're proposing new culverts, kind of a side-by-side comparison of what the residual flooding looks like. It's almost completely alleviated. Especially around the structures, which is what we were really striving for. And then this is that main conveyance, that loop that comes back around, ties into the top of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. And you can see by, you know, implementing all the improvements, cleaning out the canal, restoring the ditches, upsizing that culvert with all that, the residual flooding, we're still expecting some peak flooding, like you get a 10 and 25-year event. I mean, you're going to have flooding in those low-lying areas, but the residual flooding, it all dissipates almost immediately following the storm event. And so this is showing 6 hours post the storm event, all the flooding is receded and is allowed to drain. And then this is the area between Beaver Road and Roosevelt Road. You can see there's a lot of standing water waiting to get through those culverts. So this is assuming that, like we said, the culvert under Beaver Road has been upsized and that we've also installed that diversion, the bypass that allows it to go to the east or southeast towards the Cape Fear. And you can see a lot of almost the entirety of the residual flooding post the storm event is drains and dissipates. And so this one's zoomed out so you can see kind of a little bit more of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal. This one is showing the benefits of the full restoration. So this includes the removal of the debris and the dredging. And you can see a lot of the wetland areas and especially all the water that was backed up behind the Beaver Dam, all that drains, allows those wetland areas to dry out following a storm event. So they're not holding, right now there's just constant water sitting in them. And so we took those projects and we ran them through what we call prioritization factors. This one was pretty simple because a lot of the projects depend on other projects, so obviously those projects get ranked higher. But we did look at condition of infrastructure. The big things we looked at was how did the projects mitigate the frequency and severity of flooding, and then we also included cost and jurisdiction. Unfortunately, most of the projects we're proposing are either in NCDOT right away or on private property. There's not much county-owned property in the study area, so the jurisdiction was weighed pretty low. So you can see we just ranked each of the projects. Like I said, the severity of flooding and the reduction of flooding were each given a weighted value of 35% and 30% respectively. So more than half of the decision on which projects to implement were based on the reduction in flooding severity and frequency. But essentially, when we kind of ran through the prioritization, our conclusion is project one, clearing of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, is the #1 priority since all the other projects rely on it. After that, working with NCDOT to alleviate to restore the drainage canals. That's project #2. And then it was essentially the same order that we modeled them in, but installation of new roadway culverts, rerouting of the drainage area to the east actually came as a bigger benefit than upsizing roadway culverts. So you can see there's a swap between project 4 and 5 in priority. And then project 6, the actual dredging of Beaver Dam Swamp Canal, that's the last project. But we did some rough cost estimates here for what we're anticipating. To implement the entire, all 6 projects, we're estimating $3.5 million. But I will say that our recommendation, Withers' recommendation, is that the county look into implementing mostly projects 1, 2, and 3 first. They have the most flood mitigation benefits together. And once they're implemented, then we can reassess whether the flood benefits, kind of observed from that makes project 5, 4, and 6 worthwhile. So we can kind of take a step back and reassess if additional funding would be required. So with that recommendation, with projects 1, 2, and 3 being implemented kind of as the first phase, it's just over like $1.1 million. So with that, talking about the cost tag associated with these, we've prepared a list of potential funding sources, and Withers is happy to assist the county with applications and any of this for any of these funding sources. It's a mixture of federal funding, state funding, and then other local state-based programs. So there's like Golden Leaf, the Stream Rehabilitation Assistance Program, which would be focused on the actual clearing of the Beaver Dam Canal. That's kind of their specialty, is restoring conveyances. There's a couple state programs. The Department of Justice has an environmental enhancement grant. We actually just learned about one yesterday that's not on here. The North Carolina Emergency Management has a hazard mitigation grant that they're just announced. So there are funding opportunities out there. The bigger ones for the real big dollars, multi-million-dollar projects, are the federal ones, mostly FEMA's Mitigation Assistance Grant and their BRIC grant, the Building Resilient Infrastructure for Communities. Those, like I said, those have the big dollars associated with them, but they also take a long time. For instance, a BRIC grant usually takes 1 to 2 years from when you apply to actually receive your funding. Whereas if you go back up to the smaller ones like Golden Leaf and the NC Water and Fund Grant, you can apply, and within 2 to 3 months you'll know if you're awarded it. Those awards usually range anywhere from $100,000 to like maybe $600,000 or $700,000, depending on it. So, but based on our cost estimates, I mean that's plenty to implement a couple projects. So, like I said, these are next steps. A lot of these funding sources are wrapping up for the year, and the new applications will come out in the spring. A few of them, Golden Leaf, NC Land and Water, they allow for applications like 3 to 4 times a year. But most of the big ones, EEG, FEMA's, those are usually, they do 1 grant every fiscal year. And so those applications should hopefully be available in the spring or early summer of next year. So those are the ones, so we'll be hoping to work with the county to get those applied for, see if we can't get some funding for some of these projects. So like I said, next steps is let's try to get some funding identified, whether it is grants or earmarks or what. Use that funding to finalize engineering design and permitting, and then continue to utilize the funding to actually get the projects constructed and hopefully realize some of the flood mitigation benefits. That's pretty much all I have today. Like I said, we've got the entire study summarized in a report. We have that with the county to review. We're going to sit down with the public on the 19th to get their feedback on the proposed projects and solutions. And then once we get feedback from the county and the public, we'll finalize that report, sign, seal it, and deliver it. And that'll pretty much conclude the study. Like I said, we're hoping to help continue to work with the county on funding applications and getting these implemented. So happy to take any questions. Or...
Thank you.
I, Commissioner McCoy, and this is part of my district, but I do serve the whole county. I want to say thank you because I've been talking to Coley about this. I started working on this project probably in 2015. And there's been a lot of studies in that area. But I don't see where they've done anything to alleviate the problem. All I have heard is that it can't be done. And you're standing there telling me it can be done, but it's gonna require state funding and federal funding. And I realize that because I remember one of the citizens telling me, I pay taxes. You don't pay that, no, you didn't pay enough taxes to fix this area for the flooding that's been going on there. Ever since, I ain't gonna tell you how old I am, ever since I've been here. But how soon can we start applying for those grants? Because if we don't get the money, there's nothing gonna be done. And I have had the problem of people trying to apply for, really, I guess they didn't know what grants to apply for. I know I had one of the state representatives to tell me that, hey, there is money in Raleigh at this time if you apply for the grant. We applied for the grant, and I haven't heard anything from that grant. So I appreciate you going in there and doing this thorough search of how this can be fixed. I'm on a mission, and so is the rest of the commissioners. No one should have to live in that kind of environment. So that's the mission I'm on, because I see every day I drive through that area, the standing water. And I don't know how those citizens live there in the summertime or in the spring with all the bugs and the rats and snakes and all. So I feel like it's a must. On Horseshoe Bend Road, that whole, I don't know if you was there then, but that whole community flooded out. The new community that they built. And in that community, I went down there because they called me to come, and the water had destroyed in those houses on the first floor all of those people's furniture. But it was done. It stopped the flooding, and they started building more houses there. It's a huge area now. So I'm just praying that from your report and the report that you have given us today, that we can move forward in trying to do something to relieve what's happening in that area. And I thank Coley and you for what you're doing. And I feel more confident now that we're going to be moving on and getting some results from this study. You did a thorough study. I got to give you that. You did a very thorough study. But we had other people in there studying. And we got nothing from it. And I hope this time will prove different. Thank you so much.
Sure, absolutely.
Any other questions?
What DOT, we're talking about changing out culverts and roadside ditches, cleaning them, and why would DOT not be responsible for that? I mean, why can we not have DOT spend their money on that part of it? You know what I'm saying?
They did at one point. Let me say this. I've been working on this since 2015. And DOT, when we were before the county commissioners and Paula was the manager, DOT did go down there and put the culverts in on some parts of that bi-level area road. So I think your question is a genuine question. Why can't they do it now?
I mean, I'm saying, if that is a very important part of the project stuff, and it is DOT right away,
And that is the hope, that we can get DOT to cooperate and assist with funding and implementing these projects. I mean, we're meeting with them tomorrow to discuss that.
Okay.
So we've got price tags associated with it, but the intent is for like the improvements in the DOT right of way is for that ideally to be undertaken by DOT.
That's the collaborative effort
Yeah.
we're gonna look at tomorrow when we meet with them. So they've already got this study, we sent this to them. So now their hydraulic team is coming to meet with me and Ross, and we're gonna look and lay out the game plan and see what we can do, what they can do on their right of way.
One of the things that, excuse me, that I see here, because I travel through there every day, there's two places where it's dammed up by level urban road. One of them is about 300 yards this side of the barber shop, a little brick bar, Booker T. McNeil's barber shop. And the other is about 100 yards the other way where the road goes in there back, I think it might be Beaver Road, but it goes in there back to the church there where what they used to commonly refer to as Miss Pitts's split level.
Okay.
And that's where your water's backed up because it's dry on one side and backed up on the other.
Yes.
But again, it's DOT's culverts that are stopped up.
Right, right.
So, I mean, it may be as simple as taking a sewer washer down there and opening them to start with,
That may
to
be
get some
true.
water flow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
To do, we're gonna have less than $1,000 costing.
What I like about what Withers has done is it's a full-blown hydraulic model that has never been done. So when you apply for grants, that's what we hang our hat on. So
So
I
your
applaud
work is
the
perfect. I
efforts.
mean, I don't disagree with you.
No, I applaud the efforts of what's happened in the past, and there's been some good things that have happened, but I understand your point. So now, we've got the whole study of exactly what we need, and then we've got to plug in the pieces of the puzzle.
Brown, how much funding do we have left still for the Riverside project with ARPA funding?
I think with the funding we allocated to, I think we're right around 500,000 that's left out of the money that we
We did
initially.
177 for the study that Lynn did. We did pay for the study with Withers. That was about 55. So I think there was.
And I think we're in the 500,000 range.
Yeah, yeah.
So, would it be safe to go ahead and get a game plan to start at least on project one? With
Right,
funding?
that's what I was going to say. We're not going to receive any help from the DOT as it relates to Project One. That's going to be on us. I think the first step we would look at doing is ensure that a couple of those projects that have open windows now, that we could probably get a application in within the next few months. Make those applications. If we're successful, we use their money paired with ours to get that accomplished. If we're not successful, then we go ahead and move forward with the ARPA funding that we have available to move Project One through in this coming calendar year. So that at the end of the calendar year, we will at least have Project One, and then depending on the agreements with the DOT, potentially Projects 2 and 3 could be done by the end of the fiscal year as well, or calendar year.
That's correct, and what I've just, and Ross alluded to this, that one of the time things that are gonna come up is private property. So we've got to have agreements to do this. So we're gonna make that clear when we meet on the 19th, and Lynn and Ross and I are kind of get together and see if we can't streamline that a little bit and explain to the residents about kind of where we're at.
Because it's going to take us time to get those agreements to have access to the property. We can make our applications to the grant programs while we're getting the approval on that access. Hopefully, we'll have an answer on the grant programs about the same time we have approval for access, and then we can go either direction, whether using the money we receive from the grants or using our own funding that we have available.
Well, I would just interject that I would agree with that plan, because if we were able to get the grant money to do those initial projects, I'm looking at those two FEMA grants at the end, those major projects have got a 25% match, and so that's about a little over a $2 million project. We're sitting there with 500,000, which is our 25% match.
Good point.
Could be a better use of our local funds down the road if we're able to secure the grant
That's right.
funding up front for the initial projects.
That's a good point. Yep.
Any other questions, comments? The pleasure of the board be to go ahead and pursue Project One with the remaining ARPA funding we have set aside for the Riverside project, and go ahead and allow staff to continue to find other funding sources.
I have a question. That's when we make the motion. I know we have the ARPA funding, what's left there, but we discussed the possibility of some other funding that is left over from the projects that we are funding under the ARPA funding.
Correct.
That portion of that money could go to that too.
Yes, that would be something that we could discuss as well, and the board could approve to utilize the interest money and leftover funding that isn't needed after we complete the other designated projects. We could move that money in there for a match or to do the project itself.
So the grants, when we apply for the grant, we would apply for, if we did the first 5 projects, you got to do, that's 5 grants you have to apply for, correct? Or you can do a lot of one?
You can combine them into one giant, like, Riverside Community Drainage Mitigation Project.
Okay. So you said that the Golden, was it the Golden Leaf grant?
Golden Leaf.
It had a total value of what, that you could apply for?
It varies, I think between 100,000 and about 500,000 is about the most you can expect from a Golden Leaf grant, given the past history of those grants being provided to other locations.
So are you able to apply for more than one at a time?
Not Golden Leaf, but other programs. We'll try for all of these programs that he identified. I think they all have merit to consider for this project based on the types of projects that we have. We can target which project we think will best fit the intent of that grant program and try and get funding from each of them as we go forward. Especially the final project with the cleaning out the whole canal. I think that one we're definitely going to need some help with. And I think the programs out there are there for that very purpose.
Do you need a motion?
No, we're not going to have a motion. I mean, I have a consensus of the board. If you guys would go ahead and do, project 1 and, keep on with the plan, apply to these grants.
Sure.
And just keep on it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so when we meet with DOT tomorrow, we'll have a little bit more. We're not going to solve anything. We're just going to lay everything out on the table. And then do the community meeting the 19th, and then I'll get with Ross, and then we'll figure out and keep you updated. Okay?
And I would like to say, this is the first time I've heard some positivity of how we can get some relief there in that area. And I appreciate both of you,
Sure.
Absolutely, thank you.
or the 2 of you.
Yeah, no problem.
And I would just like to second that. This is, Commissioner McCoy certainly knows better than any of us, but I know for the 4 years that I've been on this board, we think we've got a plan and then all of a sudden that doesn't work. And so it's good to finally have what I think is some credible information as to what exactly needs to be done to grant these citizens some relief, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank
See you
you.
in the morning, man. Thank you.
Okay, this time we'll discuss a request to add an accountant position to Harnett County Department of Social Services. Mr. Polinsky.
Good morning. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come to discuss a need that we have over at Harnett County DSS. Harnett County DSS needs a new position that possesses a solid understanding of financial accounting theory. I know I've shared some of that information in your packet with you. That was given to you earlier. In prior years, DSS had the access or had someone in the finance office that assisted us in processing all our financial activity. That person at the time was Miss Letitia Maynard. She retired back in 2021, and since that time, our loan accounting specialist, Michael Wimberly, has been fulfilling those tasks of the prior accounting 2 position. Not only Michael, but I've had administrative assistant assisting him, a clerical supervisor, and one of our social work program managers has been assisting as well. Although the DSS staff has invaluable experience, the increasing number of state-mandated programs, along with the increase in staff, have created an undue burden on the one physical position that currently serves 228 DSS employees and also oversees our $18 million budget. So after careful consideration and speaking with our county manager and speaking with our county finance officer, I would like to ask that the board approve my request to add an accounting 1 position to the staff of DSS. We need that position to ensure that we are maximizing our state dollars that we receive And we also need to make sure that we're getting the correct and the maximum amount of reimbursement from the federal government and the state. So I'm asking if you would please consider this request. We do get 50%, at least up to 50% reimbursement for the cost of this position. That includes benefits. And we can cover the cost for the remaining fiscal year with lapsed salary that we currently have. So I'm at your mercy asking if you would to please consider this.
Any questions?
Consent agenda.
Comments? Pleasure of the board.
If I could ask a question, Mr. Trout, now, I heard Mr. Polinsky say that they had LAP funding that could cover the remainder of this fiscal year. So this is something that you feel comfortable we could provide in the upcoming budget for the next year?
Yes, it is. And I think that given the issues that have occurred, and I really applaud Mr. Polinsky and his staff to try to do without this position, but I think it's been proven through the last couple of years that this isn't a position we need to
Okay.
include. We need to make sure we're tracking these dollars, especially with the fact that we receive dollars in and from the state to ensure that we're getting the maximum reimbursement that we can. I think that this position could pay for itself
for
over
itself.
time.
Thank you.
Pleasure of the board to add this to the consent agenda for approval.
Yeah, and they need it.
All right. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
sir. All right, discuss a request for approval of a contract between Harnett County and Campbell University. Major McNeil.
Good morning. This year is the year to renew the contract with Campbell for us to provide deputies for security at Campbell. I received their draft copy from Campbell. I sent it over to legal. Legal has asked me to send it back to Campbell. It has an automatic renewal on it. And so I have not got it back from Campbell with the automatic renewal removed from the contract. So assuming I think they're going to agree to that, but right now I'm waiting on Campbell to respond back.
Questions? Comments? Pleasure of the board. Add this to the consent agenda
With the auto removed.
with the auto removed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we should have that in by next week.
Try my best, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you put this on the consent agenda for approval? Pending that removal of the auto renewal.
Okay.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Discuss a request to receive grant funds and approve a project ordinance for the farmer's market. Mr. Matthews.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here this morning. This morning I've come, back in February of this year, you gave us permission to begin to seek funding for a farmer's market, and we did receive the grant on that and have been granted $800,000 of the $1 million that we asked for that grant. So we would like to ask for permission to receive those funds and to for you to approve the budget ordinance for us to do that.
Pleasure of the board.
Good to me.
Put it on.
Consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
I've been looking forward to this.
Yes.
We are too, thank you.
Discuss the RFQ for lobbyists. Mr. Trout, would you?
Thank you, Chairman. So shortly after I arrived, probably about 6 months after I arrived here, I presented it to the board about a request to have the county hire a lobbying firm. So, because I had used one previously at Topeka. Through that process, the board did agree to contract with a lobbying firm for this for about 3 years. So we're now coming to the end of the 3-year contract in December. So really, we're looking at a decision to whether or not we want to continue the arrangement with a lobbying firm. That's really kind of the first question for the board. The second question for the board is, if so, I have reviewed submissions from an RFQ, and I'm recommending that we continue to work with Kairos Government Affairs based on the proposal they made, which would be $4,000 per month, plus their initial registration fees for the lobbyists. So I guess we'll start with the first question is whether or not We feel I presented information from Kairos that they sent regarding activities that they've been involved with during the last 3 years related to projects that they've worked on, meetings that they've had either with us or with legislative assembly members during the process to speak on our behalf related to issues, project reports, bill tracking that they've done, and so forth over the last 30 years.
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Britt, for sending us the information on what this lobbying firm was doing, because I was assuming they were doing nothing. But now that I see that you were trying to move some bills, of course, now, those I feel like needed to be moved, you couldn't do it. So that's all I got to say. And thank you for the information, because I'm sitting there saying, what are they doing for us? Too much money for the county to be spending and not getting any results from it. So that's all I got to say. I don't have to apologize to Brent, because I said, you're not doing anything. I don't believe in spending money and not getting no results for it. Not for the county, because the dollars are too hard to come by. Thank you.
I'm not sold on it just yet. I'm just looking at a lot of the stuff they're doing, they're meeting with our representatives. I mean, that's kind of things we would be doing, shouldn't it? I mean,
Right, and we do. Coley and I have gone up during the long session. We were there each month for a meeting with our delegation. During the short session, we ended up not doing that because it just happened so quickly where they shut down. We didn't end up having a meeting with them. We have had some meetings with the leadership of the General Assembly on a couple of items related to our funding that we're looking at for the Jetport. Those types of meetings have been very helpful. I think we have made our case pretty strongly. And so I think there's been those things that have occurred. I think from what I've heard from them is that they're talking with those individuals, not necessarily with us, but talking with the leadership on both the Appropriations Committee and the overall leadership of the Assembly about Harnett County. Now, those may not be meetings that we're participating in, but they're discussions that they're having with them.
well, and you know, I just want to make sure that when we're spending $50,000 of county money, that it's a return to us. But y'all know what you've been involved with them longer than I have. But what about this last? You know, we had at the meeting the other day where that last item was tagged onto that bill. Why would if they've got their ear to the floor up there? Why did we find it out after it voted on? Why didn't we have information that was possibly going to be tagged? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. No, I think those are the types of things that we want to know about, and so we do expect to hear about them. The gentlemen are here, and they could address any issues related to how that went down. But it was the last item that was placed on that bill, so it was a surprise for many people.
I'm not against it. I just wanted to understand it before.
And I understand that, and you know, for us, you know, what we looked at initially was a contract where we would go every 2 years with a renewal. If we're unsure whether this is something that we want to continue, we could restructure that contract on a yearly basis to make sure that we're coming back annually, determining if this is something that we want to continue to do. Because you're right, it is something that it's done by many counties, but not all counties. So you really do need to feel that you receive something in return for the work that they do.
I personally would feel better with yearly. You looking at it then, okay, if you have made a mistake, it's only for 1 year. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and I think, you know, honestly, as we look at what we're getting ready to go into a long session, and this is really where the value comes with an organization such as this, because we start, and it's part of the reason we're having our strategic plan and legislative priorities today, is they're going to start their session in January, excuse me. And so we need to be ready for that so that our priorities are known and can be provided to them upfront so that we can participate. Because a lot of those decisions, you get to February and early March, a lot of these decisions are made regarding who's going to receive funding and what's going to go through.
All right, I'm good.
When does their current contract expire?
Our contract expires with them December 31. That's why I went ahead and brought this forward now, is that it would expire then. The next opportunity to bring it back would be, well, we could, discuss it next week, but then we would be looking at the first meeting in January.
I'd like to make a recommendation to go ahead and have this as a separate line item for further discussion next week, if that's fine with the rest of the board.
Fine with me, and I would like to add that the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, we have a lobbying day for ourselves, where our commissioners are supposed to go to Raleigh and lobby on that particular day, and I've been up there on many occasions. I just want to throw that out there. When next time I meet, I know our clerk, she sends the information out. Seen it on many occasions, that county commissions.
Right, it is important, and our individuals from Kairos are connected with them, understand the issues that they're presenting, and then also talk it as how it might affect our county specifically when it comes to some of those types of bills that the association is pushing.
So we'll go ahead and add it as a separate line
Thank
item
you.
next week for further
If you have
discussion.
any questions, please let me know, and we'll get the information for you.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Good.
Presentation of recommended capital improvements for the fiscal 26 to 32, Ms. McFadden.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know that we've got a planning retreat after this, and there is a lot of material to cover in this over our CIP. So I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible. But if you have any questions, please stop me and ask them. And since we do our capital improvement plan in the fall, it is a snapshot in time, usually around between October, November timeframe. So some of our projects have changed, or the status has changed, and we'll go through those. So we'll go through our process, our funding strategy, how to read the document, and then the projects themselves and our next steps. So having a CIP in North Carolina is not required, but if we do have it, it is the responsibility of the county manager to prepare it, and as a board, or his designee, and as a board, you're responsible for approving project ordinances and establishing capital reserve funds. And it's important to remember that this is just a plan, and it does not authorize spending. So when projects are budgeted, that is typically done through an operating budget, and that's when we can do the project within one fiscal year. And other than that, it's through a project ordinance, and that's usually when the project takes more than one fiscal year to complete. By having a capital improvement plan, it puts everything in one place. It's a systematic way of planning and budgeting for our major projects. The CIP allows our projects that are $100,000 or more to be scheduled over a 7-year period. And it also aligns the county's goals with our long-range plans. So as we go through here, each of our recommended projects, we have identified how we're going to pay for it. And our goal is to always pay for our projects up front. And sometimes we're not sure we can do that until we start working on our operating budget. And we have projects that we know that are important, but right now we may not know the scope of the project, how we're going to pay for it, or the exact cost. So we're going to identify those as future projects. When developing our funding plan, we will always apply for grants if they're available. The CIP allows us to look forward over the next 7 years and develop a pay-as-you-go strategy. And basically that means we identify a project and we start setting money aside in a capital reserve fund. So by the time we get to that project, we're able to pay for it And then that allows us to also reserve our debt capacity for larger projects like schools and an animal shelter. So when you go through the CIP, the reader's guide here on page 14, it actually shows you, it describes the different sections of the project detail. The funding summary starts on page 26, and this is just a chart that shows how the CIP projects are funded each year. The operating impacts, this just shows how the recommended projects affect the operating budget over the next 7 years. The action summary is how we're going to talk about the projects going through here. And like I said earlier, some of the status of these projects have changed, and this is also what you can change on the project. So if it has already been approved and a contract has been executed, there's little things that you may not be able to change, but you could, not fund future phases of a project. Do you have any questions before we hop into the projects? Okay, so the completed projects, these are the projects that we have completed over fiscal year 24 and 25. Fiscal year 24, since we do the CIP in the fall, it was last fiscal year, so we want to make sure that you see what has been completed. The first one is the Ben Haven School renovation. This project was completed in February when the Ben Haven Branch Library was open. Development Services, the Comprehensive Land Use Plan update. This was substantially completed, but it was supposed to be done hopefully this month, but with the House Bill 382, that might push this back just a few months. So the goal is to have it completed by March. Emergency Services, the Viper radio replacement project, that was completed in August of last year. And then the Viper radio replacements for the municipal police departments, that was completed in July. The HVAC control upgrade, that project was completed in June. And for Harnett County Schools, the camera upgrades was completed last August. The weapons detection system project was completed in December. In the Northwest Harnett Elementary School, that project is substantially complete. There's just a little bit of work left to do on the retention pond. At the Harnett Regional Jetport, the apron expansion, that project was completed in April, and the new terminal construction, that project is substantially complete. It will be completed when the signage is done on Airport Road. For Parks and Recreation, the Anderson Creek Park Development Phase 2, and Phase 2 was the mountain biking trails and parking lot. That was completed last September, or in September of 2023. And Ben Haven Community Park redevelopment and Shawtown Community Park development was done in March of this year. And Ben Haven Branch Library, that opened early this year, so that project was completed as of February. Do I have any questions so far? Okay. The next group of projects are the approved projects. The contract that means just the main part of that project has been approved. Broadband expansion, Phase 1 was completed in March of this year. Phase 2 has started, and that part of the project addresses the western part of the county.
So you're saying it has started, right?
Yes, ma'am. So the design phase has been completed and permitting has started.
Okay.
The Johnsonville Elementary School Phase 1 expansion renovation, this was to replace the cafeteria and the CTE classroom building. This was actually completed as of the end of November. It was estimated by the end of this year when we first started putting the plan together. So this is an example of the project that has been recently completed. So when we do the approved CIP document, this will be noted as completed. The next one is the Harnett Regional Jetport Master Plan, and this was actually completed last week on December the 3rd. FAA approved the plan. Parks and Recreation, the Nils Creek Park Restroom Concession and Maintenance Building. The design phase was completed last August, but the project is currently on hold because when we got the construction bids in, it came in about 194% above the budget. So we've got that on hold right now, and Parks and Recreation, they're working through that. Any questions before we jump into the projects that don't have a contract just yet? Okay. The animal services, animal shelter replacement options are being discussed right now on the location for it. That should be finalized soon. And the RFQ for the design services is estimated to go out between March and June of this year, or 2025, sorry. For the Central Carolina Community College to continue the annual contribution of $589,000, and this is to address their future renovation projects. One of those projects is the Etheridge Building renovations. There's no change in this project because it's scheduled for fiscal year 2030. The Mariello HVAC replacement, that project is going on right now. Their equipment should be delivered this month, and the installation is expected this month or early in January. The Mariello renovation project, there's no change in that because it is scheduled for fiscal year 2027. The DSS second floor upfit, that project is estimated to be completed this month. For emergency medical services is to continue the annual contribution of $850,000, and this is going to cover their vehicle replacement remounts and other capital projects that are coming up. One of those is the cardiac monitor replacements. There is no change in this schedule project because it's scheduled for fiscal year 2027. The convalescent transport unit replacement, this is replacing one unit per fiscal year. The vans get replaced once every 3 years. So we've got one coming up this fiscal year. For the emergency transport unit remounts, we're going to do 4 over the next 7 years, and the next one's not scheduled until fiscal year 2029. The emergency transport unit replacement, there's 4 units requested in this CIP, and we've got one requested in fiscal year 2026. The county morgue, that project is scheduled to go out for design before March 2025. The stretcher and power load equipment replacement, there's no change in this project either because it is scheduled for fiscal year 2031. So you can see the importance of setting money aside in the capital reserve fund now because you see the projects that we've got going on for emergency services over the next 7 years. For facility maintenance, to continue the annual contribution of $500,000, and in fiscal year 2026, the department has identified replacing some roofs, parking lot resurfacing, water heater, and chiller replacements. For Harnett County Schools, they're currently, for the child nutrition freezer cooler project, the design work and pre-construction began in October of this year, and the project is estimated to be completed in 18 to 24 months. The early college at Dunn renovations, or relocation renovation, most of the renovation projects were done in July of this year, but the window replacement is estimated to be completed by April. The electronic door locks, this project was also completed earlier this year in March of 2024, so this project will be marked as complete in the approved project, or the approved CIP as well. Flatwoods Middle School, this project will be bid next month with the construction expected to begin in May of 2025, and the new school is projected to open in August of 2027. The Lillington Shawtown Elementary School Gym Addition, the construction is expected to begin this month. For Harnett County Schools Maintenance Fund is to continue the annual contribution of $1.4 million. And in fiscal year 2026, these funds will address HVAC replacement systems, boiler and chiller replacement, parking lot repairs, and a few other mechanical system repairs. For the Sheriff's Department, to continue the annual contribution of $650,000, and this is primarily used for their vehicles. The Detention Center Body Scanner System, they're currently in the procurement phase, and this project is expected to be completed by June. The generator purchase and installation project, the design fee proposal should be completed this month as well. For IT, the core server infrastructure upgrade replacement, this is one of the reoccurring pieces of equipment that they do every 4 years, but there's no change in it right now because it's scheduled for fiscal year 2027. For the IT core storage infrastructure upgrade and replacement, this is on a 4 or 5 year cycle, and it's scheduled for fiscal year 2026. For the Boone Trail Park Development, Phase 1, and Phase 1 is to rebuild the entryway monument. So construction is scheduled to begin by mid-2025. It was expected to begin this December, except for those prices also came in above what was originally budgeted. So Parks and Recreation's working through that now, but they're expected to start construction sometime this summer.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, ma'am.
On this project here, I think that we had met with some of the citizens there in that area. Are they, some of the citizens in that area, are they still wanting to support funding this?
That was discussed a while back. I have not heard from.
That's
Yes.
a very good question. Carl has met with them and has told them that, because we did say
Yeah,
that
we
a few
did. I
years
know.
ago. Because if they would fundraise, we would match what they fundraise,
Right.
I believe is what we talked about. I know Carl's been in touch with them, but to be honest with you, I don't think he's heard back from them.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
what I would like to add on that is that because of the structure that we're looking to do this work on, they did not have the funding available to help us at this time. They're still interested in helping with fundraising, but with this structure, we need to do this work in order to save it. If we didn't move forward, we would potentially lose this as part of the park. And so we need to get this work done in order to preserve it, otherwise we'll lose it. So we couldn't wait on them to do any more fundraising. So we're going to move forward this part, and then we'll work with them potentially on donations they may be able to provide in the future.
Well, I'm just impressed that they are trying to raise some money themselves.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay. The Cape Fear Shiner Park Development Phase 2, and Ms. McCoy will be very happy to know that the construction drawing for the playground, picnic shelter, and the restroom facility will begin this month.
Thank you. Yes, the park, man, we need that park,
Yes, we do.
and it serves the whole county.
And so with that, we're going to recommended to continue the annual contribution of $200,000 to the Capital Reserve Fund, and those funds are used for park improvements as well as grant matches that are needed for the grants that we apply for. Also, to continue an annual contribution of $100,000 to the Greenway Trail Construction Capital Reserve Fund. According to the state, it's still roughly $1 million per every mile of greenway that's constructed. The Nils Creek Park Master Plan and Park Development, the site plan was completed in March of 2024, and we'll move forward with Phase 1 in fiscal year 25 and 26, depending on grant funding, and we have already applied in August for a grant, and we'll be submitting an application in May for another one. The Northwest Harnett Park Development Plan. In this fiscal year, we're going to be applying, or we're going to develop the site master plan and then move forward with Phase 1 in fiscal year 27 and 28. And that will address the ball fields, picnic shelters, playgrounds, trails, fitness stations, and a pump track. For the Patriots Park Development Phase 3, that is to construct a restroom facility, and the construction is expected to begin in early 2025. For the Solid Waste Northwest Convenience Center relocation, we're currently in the procurement stages, and Phase 1 of the construction will begin in late fiscal year 2025 using the solid waste staff. Do you have any questions on those current projects before we jump into the new projects? Now, we have 15 new projects. Some of these projects were future projects that moved to become a recommended project, and some of these projects have already started, but they were new to the CIP because they weren't approved in it last year. So I'll let you know which one those are. The first one is the Cooperative Extension Agricultural Education Kitchen. This one is in the design phase, and it's expected to begin, the construction is expected to begin this month. And this was one that is already in progress, but we have just added it to the CIP this year because it started June, July? Last year, okay. The next one is Farmers Market Phase 1, and we're currently in the preliminary design phase for this, and we're going to be selecting a firm soon to develop a comprehensive master plan for the new facility. Development Services, the Highland School Road Extension. This is also a new project. This is it's a little over a half a mile long. That's going to connect Buffalo Lakes Road and Tingen Road, and this is going to be needed for the new high school. The Fleet Maintenance Facility Improvement Project. We're recommending constructing a 40 by 80 metal building to the current county garage. Our fleet has grown tremendously over the last few years, and we're getting more and more larger pieces of equipment that we can't house inside the current garage, so we're having to outsource that, and by adding these larger bays, we can save about $40,000 per year. Emergency Services, we're recommending putting, well, the next two projects are very similar, but right now is to construct a 380-foot tower with a backup generator on county-owned property in the Angier area. Right now, we are leasing the land that these towers are sitting on, and every year it's going up 5% every year. So we would like to locate county-owned property to work with the State Highway Patrol to construct new towers in Angier, and the other one is in Spout Springs, doing the same thing in the Spout Springs area. For Harnett County Schools, we're recommending resurfacing the rubberized tracks at 3 of the high schools. Overhills was resurfaced in 2023. And so in 2026, we're recommending Western Harnett High School be done and Triton High School and Harnett Central High School in 2027. Hart's vehicle replacements. To replace the county-owned transit vehicles every 3 years. So they'll also be in a rotation very similar to our EMS convalescent transport units. So the first unit they're requesting is to be purchased in fiscal year 2026. And they've already got a capital reserve fund, but we'd like to establish an annual contribution of $120,000 each year to go to fund these vehicles. Anderson Creek Park Development Phase 3, and this is requested in fiscal year 2026, and this is to replace the playground equipment. Boone Trail Park Phase 2, this is actually requested for fiscal year 2032. So this is the one 7 years out from now. And this, can't really see it on the screen very well, but it is that dark section in there, and that's for the new park amenities for additional parking, amphitheater, sidewalks, landscaping, and signage. The Harnett Regional Jetport, the fuel tank replacement, the design phase has been completed and has been submitted to the Division of Aviation for review and approval. This has also been a future project that we're moving forward with now that we've got some grant funding and the master plan has been approved. Also with the runway expansion, this has also been a future project that we've also got grant funding to work towards, and our engineer of record is working now on what needs to be done with acquiring the land. The next one is the Public Library Mobile Outreach Vehicle. This has been a future project for several years, and they're requesting it to be moved forward. If this project is approved, they will apply for LSTA grant for $100,000 that can go towards the purchase of this vehicle. And they've just completed their strategic plan, and this is one of the things that's noted the need in the underserved areas of the county. Also, they're requesting the radio frequency identification installation in branches. We have that right now in the main branch, and that's just where you tag all the books, so it's better inventories, the self-checkout, and we want to do that in all the branches. And if the project is approved, they'll apply for a grant that will cover 75% of the cost. Do you have any questions on the new projects? Okay. For our future projects, there are 19 of those and 5 new ones that have been added. And a lot of these projects, they have not had any changes, so I'll note that and we'll go through those. The Board of Elections facility replacement and renovations. This project will probably have to move forward sooner rather than later because Harnett Regional Water is going to need that site within the next 2 years. And so right now, options are being discussed on where we could relocate Board of Elections. The Central Carolina Community College drainage system repair, there was no change in this project because they did not request it to move forward. Courthouse shell space upfit, there's been no change in this project either. The Harnett County Schools Bowies Creek Elementary School replacement, that was not requested to go forward yet either. So there's no change in that project. The custodial grounds warehouse replacement project, that was not requested to move forward just yet. The Early College Career Technology Center, this is a new future project that was brought to us this year. And this is a new high school in the Lillington area that will accommodate 530 students, and it will have specific curriculum geared towards semiconductors, battery technology, pharmaceutical manufacturing, engineering, and so forth. But right now, there's been no location identified for this school, and we would have to issue debt in order to move forward. The next one is the Flatwoods Elementary School. This has also been added as a new future project. The Lafayette Elementary School renovations. This project was not requested to move forward just yet. The new Highland High School. At this time, there's no change, but this could possibly be the next school that comes in after Flatwoods Middle School. So this is another example of how a future project can become a funded project at any time. So right now there's no change just yet. This is also, Harnett County Schools has requested a stadium lighting upgrade, and this is also a new future project. We just don't have a detailed cost estimate just yet for this project. The transportation maintenance facility replacement, the current estimated cost for this right now is about $15.4 million, so we still have, it was not requested to move forward just yet. And when I say requested to be moved forward, that's typically the school system works with the board and they say, okay, these are the projects we want to move forward for this fiscal year. Triton High School Auxiliary Gym Addition. This is also a new future project. Triton High School is the only high school that does not have an auxiliary gym, so this is one of the projects that we know it's important. We need to include it in our CIP, but right now we don't have an actual cost estimate, but according to the estimates of projects similar to this, it's about $10 million. So we would have to issue debt for this one as well. The Detention Center Housing Unit Addition. There's no change in this project. This is one of the items that we keep an eye on every year to see what the inmate count is. And so once we start seeing the inmate count hit our capacity limit, that's when we'll start looking at the project to move it forward. The evidence storage and crime scene processing bay, that was not requested to move forward. We'll still need to find a location for the building. Harnett Regional Jetport Hangar Development. We still need to find a funding source for this, but this project may be moving forward sooner rather than later now that the master plan has been completed. The Anderson Creek Park development, these are the future phases. So as we talked about earlier, phase 3 was the playground replacement that's happening this fiscal year, and then most of the parks, they're in a phased approach to develop. So these are the future phases, such as the equestrian trails and additional parking and playgrounds and more picnic shelters. Boone Trail Park development, future phases, that's out in the red section, and that's not been requested to move forward since phase 2 is scheduled for fiscal year 2032. The Bun Level Community Park, this is also a future project. We still need to find land to put this park on, but this is something that Bun Level community may need, or they do need, because they don't have a park within a 5-mile radius of that community. For the public library, the Western Harnett service expansion, this is to continue looking for opportunities and places to put additional libraries in the western part of the county. Yes, we have Ben Haven, but the western part is so large that we do need additional library services in that area. Do you have any questions? Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I want to know from Brent, when are we going to find a location for the Board of Election? That should take priority over a lot of these projects here we got. It's just too small. We don't have anywhere else to go now.
Well, right now, Commissioner, we're looking at moving them to a different space that we'll have available. Since economic development moved out to the Jetport for a location, we think that we can move staff that is currently in the General Services building over to where Elections is now and move them into General Services to provide them more space. Some of the space that was being used towards the back of that building can be utilized for them to store their elections equipment and so forth in, and have the office space that they need. And so we want to try that first. There's the possibility that it will be the space they need in order to go forward for the short term. If they add staff, well, we may have to revisit it, but it'd be a way for us to utilize spaces better within our system. And then it's still a possibility in the future that we could look at a different building for the elections department. But right now, we feel that moving them to this other space within the next few months will provide them a better situation for them in the short term at least, and potentially in the long term.
Well, thank you, because I just feel that we need to move forward with finding them another space. That Board of Election is just too small. It's been there for a long time, and now there is a request for someone else to use that building. Mm-hmm. And where you're talking about moving them to is the building over here, our old building for the county commissioners?
No, it's the one further down the road. It's the one next to where Hart's is located. So you know where the vans are parked?
Okay.
The building next to that. So facilities would stay in that building. Solid waste and fleet, yes. So solid waste and fleet would move over to where elections is now, and then elections would move in there, and there would be enough spaces between their departure and what economic development had left open that they would have the office space they need. They would have an entry lobby. They would have a place where their initial staff could greet individuals that come in, and I think it will provide a much better space for them given the size. Mike Morrow gave a tour of that facility to 3 of the election board members. They believe that it is something, their initial response was positive. They're interested in considering it further as a location for them to move to, and so we're working forward with that possibility.
Sounds good. I mean, they need more space, that's it.
And that building is handicapped accessible. The parking lot is larger. We feel it'll be a better situation for them, at least in the short term. and then it buys us some time to be able to make a decision. Because when we look back at our facilities assessment that was done, our facilities assessment actually recommended that a new health department building be built in the future. And from there, it would allow open space in the existing health department building that elections could move into. Obviously, a health department building is a very expensive proposition. And so right now, but that's the long-term look at what might be needed.
But the one thing we might need to look into is we're running out of land. Running out of land. And we got a lot of needs in this county. I've always said that we have a lot of needs. So thank you for that report, because I know I ask questions because people are always asking me questions. And I like to have some kind of answers to give them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so next Monday is a public input session. Since we don't have to have a public hearing on the CIP, but we do want the public's input. So that's scheduled for next week. And then on January the 6th, that's when we're asking the board to adopt the capital improvements plan, because we like to have this plan adopted and in place when we start the budget process.
Thank you. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Because you know I tell you she did.
All right, this time we're going to review boards and committees that commissioners serve on. Seeing that Commissioner Weatherspoon is no longer on the board, Commissioner Jaggers, you're picking up the reins and the slack there. There was no other changes for Commissioner Matthews, Commissioner McCoy. Commissioner Morris had taken on a couple more boards as well. Is this something that would need to be on the agenda as well? Are there any questions or comments regarding these committees? Go ahead and add that to the consent agenda for approval, Madam Clerk. Thank you much. All right, review applications to serve on boards and committees. It's all here in the packet, but we only have one currently. I believe it's out of District 3. Do you have any comment, Commissioner?
Yes, and I don't have any problem with this recommendation. Here.
Anybody else have an issue with that?
Who was that? The one for Amy Brown?
Amy Brown.
Yes, I mean, I know her really well. I've worked with her many years.
Go ahead and add that to the consent agenda for approval as well. All right, County Manager's report.
I'm sorry.
County Manager's report, Mr.
Oh,
Trump.
yes. All right, so with it, the biggest thing that it was mentioned earlier was that we did receive final approval for our airport layout plan. It's something we've been waiting on probably well over a year. Yeah, a long time. So we're excited. Jeff Kirby is our engineer of record, and he has been working hard to get that approved, and we're excited. That it does two things. It gives him the authorization. He can go ahead and talk to the Department of Aviation for approval to begin the processes that we need in order to be able to do the extension of the runway. We've had the grant, but there's environmental studies, land purchase, some other steps that we can get started on with that $15.6 million that we've received in order to move that project forward. So that is good news. It also allows us with the project that we have for the corporate hangars, it allows us the opportunity to be able to start work on that project as well, because that's been identified in the layout plan. So it's very good news all around that now we have this done. So we're excited. It helps us, turns the light to green now on many of the projects that we've kind of been on hold with. And they really had no recommendations for changes based on the information that we provided. So we're excited. The vision that we'd laid out is going to be able to move forward now. So we're very excited about that. That's all I have.
Awesome. Mr. Counsel, do we have a need for closed session?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, at this time, we're going to recess and we're going to reconvene in the training room downstairs for our planning meeting.
This time, welcome to the planning meeting. I'm glad that we don't call it a retreat anymore because that sounds like it's fun. So, Mr. Trout, if you want to go ahead and kick this off.
Thank you, Chairman. Very happy to be able to do this planning event. Each year, it's important for us to take stock on how we've done in the last year and make plans for the coming year. And so this is our opportunity to be able to do that. We'll take a look at today information related to our current financial position, our current debt status, proposed future debt issuance as it relates to our county and school construction projects. We'll present research on the trends that we are seeing in the county and how it will affect our decisions related to the budget this year. The final objective will be to review and discuss the strategic plan. We'll verify the priorities that are in the strategic plan to make sure that no changes are necessary. After that, we'll transition into a period of time looking at our legislative priorities to ensure that we have both the verbal changes that we'd like to see with the law and also which projects and in what priority we want to see those projects completed. So, any questions? All right, first step is the year in review. So you have a nice size packet that Mike Morrow and Desiree Patrick put together from the departments submitting their information. You look at that has both the first 6 months and then the second 6 months of the year as it relates to that. And we have a video that's going to highlight those rather than me talking. So we'll move forward with playing the video. report that we provide, there's even more specific examples of the work that we do. We celebrate these accomplishments and remind ourselves that our departments and employees are completing a great deal of work that's necessary for the operation of our county. We continue to see the demand for our services that we provide continue to increase each year as our county continues to grow. At this time, I'd like to have Kimberly introduce our guest to conduct our next presentation.
Yes, good morning, or afternoon almost. I'd like to introduce, Ted Cole with Davenport. Ted and I have worked together for the last 11 years. I've been your finance officer for 11 years, and Ted and his group have been instrumental in assisting us with planning, doing a lot of affordability studies, which gives us the opportunity to see what other units are doing in the market as far as interest rates, the best way to place our debt offerings, whether it be an installment or a GO bond type setup. They have been invaluable in helping us create policies, as you will see a little bit later on. But Ted comes in each year as part of their work with us, and they do a deep dive into affordability. So we have a couple projects that are on our horizon that we've actually moved. I think you've seen in Lisa's presentation this morning, that are now about to go into a funding category. So Ted will show you kind of what to expect as far as the affordability, and then as well as the policies that we've implemented, where if we execute those decisions, how that will impact our ratings. And you've heard me say before that we are rated by Moody's and S&P, so that is like the county's credit rating is like your personal rating score, and that determines how much debt you can borrow in addition to how cheaply you can get it. Well, cheap, I didn't mean to use that word, I'm sorry, Commissioner Morris. But anyway, it actually, the better our score is, the lower the interest rate we get. So it's just the same way as a personal loan. So I'm going to turn it over to Ted.
All right, great. Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Is this a good place to do it from? Okay, great. What's on the screen is exactly what's in your book, so you can follow along however it's easiest. There's a lot in the appendix that I'm not going to go through. I think it's a good resource if somebody wants to do a deeper dive on the details. And as Kimberly said, I think this kind of folds in nicely to what was discussed upstairs, particularly with the capital program. You all have evolved on all of that planning work in a very positive way over the last decade plus. And generally speaking, everything that we're going to talk through today, I think, is very positive, particularly as it relates to the county's ability to take on a couple of near-term projects that seem to have risen to the top of prioritization. And we'll talk a little bit about the county's debt capacity. That is just your ability to take on debt if you determine that's prudent and the way you want to fund a project. And then how affordable is it? How does it impact your budget? And for the most part, everything we're talking about on the debt discussion is the capital budget. So there are things going on in your operating budget where revenues are growing, expense pressures might occur. We're not really focusing on that in this presentation. This is really about the capital, how you position yourself to take care of some capital projects in the near term, what that means in the long term. So stop me along the way if there's any questions. The page numbers are in the bottom right corner. As I said, there are several things in the appendix. If you want to look at your debt in any different way, we have tax-supported debt. We have debt for Harnett Water. We have debt for your solid waste. We have a copy of your policies. And Appendix A and B are the details of two scenarios that we're going to look at. So we're really going to go through about 20 pages. Through page 15 will be the general fund discussion, fund balance, and debt and capital projects. And then we've got a couple of slides on Harnett Water and solid waste, which we look at separately because those really are enterprise systems. They are self-supporting from the revenues of that system as opposed to being supported through general fund tax revenue. Can I do that?
That's me. Hold on. I'm trying to hunt it as a part.
I got it. Got the bottom. Good. Thank you. All right. Perfect. So, got the page numbers, that's helpful. All right, thank you. Kimberly mentioned your credit rating. This is the scale for local government and state and federal governments. Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. Moody's and Standard & Poor's are the most commonly used. AAA is the highest rating that any local government, state, or federal government can achieve. You are 2 notches away from AAA. You're a AA2 from Moody's and a AA from S&P, 2 notches away from the highest credit rating that any local government can achieve. And you can see in the upper left, Moody's last looked at your credit in March of 24, so it's pretty fresh. Thank you. And S&P last reviewed it also like in February of 24. So they are, even if you're not in the debt market and not talking to them, they're looking at audits, they're looking at budget, they're looking at census data to see how your credit is evolving. And everything we're going to talk about today is going to be consistent with the goal of, at a minimum, maintaining this rating, but ideally improving it. And there's some things that you all can control to move that rating higher, but there are a number of things that are more out of your control. So some of this is just a matter of time. Getting larger, getting more diversified in your tax base, I'll cover that. We're going to include some comparisons to Harnett County to other counties rated nationally by Moody's. We have their database. And you'll see that you're a AA2. You are one of 211 counties that Moody's rates at that level. And you can see how many different counties they rate across the spectrum from AAA down to single A. And then within North Carolina, AAA down to single A, you're one of 19 AA2 counties. And you can see every other county that's in that category. So you've got the North Carolina AAAs, AA1s, AA2s, including y'all, and then the rating levels below you. And so you're gonna see, it'll give you some perspective on how you compare to other rated communities. They only rate 57 counties, so there's several counties that don't have a rating. I mentioned earlier about how do you manage the rating process, and I'll just talk about Moody's in the upper left. All the rating agencies start with data. It's very quantitative. They look at audits, budgets, and census, and they're going to look for certain ratios and calculations and trends. And so for Moody's, economy is 30% of the rating. So they're looking at things like your tax base per capita, your wealth levels. We've got the long-term control checkbox there, meaning those aren't the kind of things you all can control budget to budget. You just can't grow the tax base or improve wealth levels or job salary income levels. It's a longer-term play. That's 30% of the rating. Financial performance, that's like how do you budget, how do you perform relative to your budget, fund balance and reserve trends. That's 30% of the rating. And you do have some control over that. As you're making decisions about budgets and expenditures and debt, you have some control. Institutional framework, that's 10% of the rating. You get a really good score because you're North Carolina County, and they look at North Carolina as a good government state compared to other states where maybe local governments don't have quite as much control over their budgets. And then finally, leverage. That's debt, that's pension obligations, it's post-employment benefits for your retirees, it's debt and debt-like items. 30% of the rating. You do have some control over those things to some extent, short-term control, but some of it's a longer-term play. So they look at a broad range of things in establishing the credit rating of the county, some of which you all can manage pretty well year to year. Others are, as I said, longer-term initiatives. And then they also have the ability in their process to take into account more subjective or qualitative items if there's something that's important that's not captured in the numbers. And that might be like the proximity with the base, you know, an institutional presence of a university or an institutional presence of a military installation, things like that that aren't necessarily captured in the numbers, but that do influence some of these metrics. So you're very solid at your rating. It's a very good rating, and I believe there is an opportunity to improve that rating going forward, provided that you all can continue to demonstrate the same sort of financial performance that you have. That's been very, very strong. So we'll talk about that briefly. And we've got almost a decade's worth of data here. This is specific to fund balance. This is page 7. And as you look at this table, we state your general fund revenues and expenditures because they're part of the calculation. You know, your budget's gone from about 100 million to 170, 180 million in fiscal 24. Within your audit, you will find that your general fund balance has several categories. Those are dictated by accounting practices, and you have to categorize them a certain way. Line 13 is your total fund balance in the general fund. That's moved from 31 million to about 150 million over this period of time. Line 12 is your unassigned fund balance. That is the component of all of these fund balance types that y'all have the most control over, and it's the one that's tied to your policy. Y'all's policy says that you want to have the unassigned fund balance equal to at least 15% of your budget, and really at a higher level, 20% or above. You can see the red line is 15%, the blue is 20%, the green line is the calculation of your unassigned fund balance as a percent of budget. Over this decade, but 1 year, you have operated above your 20% target, and you've been growing above that in recent years. So you've got a good fund balance policy. You're in compliance with that policy and then some. There's a little bit of cushion. You can see all of the calculations down here if you care to look at it. On the comparison basis, Harnett County 2024, that gold bar, you're at about 30% the way that Moody's calculates this. Your gold bar goes out to about 30%. The light green are the national counties that are rated AA1, AA2, AA3. Higher's better. You want your bar further out to the right. The darker green bars are North Carolina counties. So your group, AA2, looks like the median's about 23%. But within that group, there's somebody that's below 5% and somebody that's over 45%. That blue line shows you the min and the max for each group. So you're in compliance with your policy. You compare really well to the bars and the medians. Yes, there are some North Carolina counties that have higher unassigned fund balance as a percent of budget, but there are several that are lower. And what I would tell you is you compare very well to a relevant peer group. I think one of the discussions we've had with staff along the way is where might there be some opportunities to consider improving or strengthening that fund balance policy. You get to a place where you're comfortably performing above that 20%. Do you want to consider amending the policy to some higher percentages? And I think that conversation will evolve as you all get into your budget. Any questions on that? All right. The rest of this book is about debt. And so we start on page 8 with the existing tax-supported debt. Remember, this has nothing with Harnett Water, nothing with solid waste, because those are paid for from those system revenues. So the debt outstanding as of the end of last fiscal year was about $153 million. $116 million of that was issued for school projects, about 76%. 22 and change was issued for non-school, non-community college projects and county facilities, 15%, and the balance was related to community college. So those are the three major categories that make up the $153 million. You can see graphically by fiscal year, everything in this book is on a fiscal year basis, starting with the year we're in. You've got nice declines in your debt structure, and that is going to be our starting point for how do we afford new debt going forward for whatever project it is that y'all might want to fund. And, you know, you're currently paying almost $20 million a year. You go out 3, 4, 5 years, you're at 15 million. So you've got some built-in capacity, some built-in affordability as the old debt pays down, if you can continue budgeting at these current levels. And you can see the details on the right. Principal payments, 13 million a year is being amortized in principal. Interest in total, as I said, you're right at about $20 million in fiscal 25, and then you can see how it's stepping down for your annual payments across all of these categories on a combined basis. Got a policy on the far right. It's called the 10-year payout. It's a percentage measurement that looks forward 10 years, and it says, according to this schedule of principal, 10 years from now, if you make these payments, how much of that 153 million will have been paid back? So 10 years from now, 70% of that will have been paid back. Higher is better. It means you're amortizing your debt more quickly. You're not backloading it. You'll see here in a moment, you compare well on that. That is a policy that you have, and you're better than your policy. But before I leave, any questions on the existing debt, just for starters? It's all fixed rate. Nothing will change on the interest rates unless you change it, potentially for like taking advantage of lower rates and a refunding. All right, 3 debt policies that you have. This one is that 10-year payout that I just mentioned. So the green bar is at 70%, and it's getting stronger. There's no new debt on this page. It's just existing. Higher is better for this one. You want a higher percentage. Your policy says we don't want to drop below 50%. That's the red line. We want the green bars above the red line. They are, and then some, no problem. Harnett County's at 70%. National counties, North Carolina counties, you want your bar further to the right. You're in pretty good shape relative to these medians, and you can see within North Carolina there's some places that are highly rated that are down in the 40% range. Lower is not as good. So you've got a good policy, you're in compliance, and plus, you're well in compliance, and you compare well. Middle of the page is debt to assessed value. So it's measuring that 150 million in debt as a percent of your tax base. The policy says we want to be at 2.5% or below. Lower is better here. You're at 1%. So you're well below that policy. On a comparative basis, you compare particularly well to your North Carolina peers, right? I mean, it's a pretty wide range that you see from people that are under 0.5% all the way out to 2%. Different places have different tax bases. They're in different phases of issuing debt for capital. So it's a pretty wide range. But at 1%, you're a little higher than the median, but you're certainly not an outlier one way or the other. You lose a little comparability with the national counties because you go to other states and there are independent school districts that have taxing authority and debt issuance authority, so that in those states, the school debt doesn't show up on the county's audit. So you lose a little comparability, but this is clearly apples to apples with North Carolina. This is an easy one to see. You've got a good policy, and everything below the red line, within reason, is capacity, meaning you are not over leveraged when we look at your debt profile in terms of your policies or in terms of the comparisons. The county has debt capacity to take on more debt within reason, but that is different than, is it affordable? How do you pay for it? It's kind of like saying, you know, I can qualify for this loan on paper, but you know, I got a budget, how do I actually pay for it every month? That's the distinction between capacity and affordability. The far right is just your debt service to budget. So how much of your annual budget is going towards your debt payments? Remember, the debt payments are like $20 million. You're sitting at about a little under 10%, lower being better. Your policy is we don't want to be above 15%, so you're good. You're below your policy, which is good. And on a comparison basis, compare very well to these medians And you'll see in these blue lines, there are places out there that are pushing 15 certainly and getting closer to 20%. So across the board, good debt policies, all of them are in compliance, and there is room to consider taking on additional debt that will allow you to still be in compliance with your policy and compare to other rated communities. All right, so a lot of numbers on this page 10, but this is where we discuss how do you pay for the debt you have. And we have two models that we maintain with your staff. This one is tied to the county and the community college, no schools. So we have two streams of debt payments that we know you have to make. We know it to the penny. The county debt service by year, the community college debt service by year. For the time being, we're not assuming any new debt. We just want to demonstrate how do you budget the debt you've already issued. So the schools don't run through here. The combined county and community college debt is $4.7 million and declining. Remember, your total payment is almost $20 million. But the county and the community college represent about 4.7, and you can see it stepping down year over year. Some years are bigger than others. So that's the payment we know we have to make going forward for this county and community college model. The repayment of that, how do you budget it, is very simple. You can track it to the budget. You're making available $4.77 million for this debt, which is exactly equal to the payment necessary in 2025. Payment due, revenue in the budget. We don't have any other dollars that we're assuming are available. So when we compare the payment to the revenue, column J, the first year is 0. It's perfectly matched. And if you can continue to budget at this level, static, at least $4.7 million a year, you start to free up some dollars, right? Because the debt is stepping down, the revenues are flat, you start to free up some dollars, and that's what's going to help you afford the next county or community college project that we're going to talk about in a moment. You also have accumulated over the years some reserves of about almost $3.4 million. So not only are you committing an annual amount of $4.7 million, in prior years you've accumulated the sum of about $3.4 million. That's another resource you'll have to help fund your capital program. Okay? School model on 11, same basic idea, a few more moving parts to it. Their debt, existing debt, $14.8 million and declining. No new debt yet, we haven't gotten there. So this is just simply restating this column. This is the payment stream you got to make for the school debt. You have a few different funding sources that run through the modeling for the school program. Restricted sales tax from Article 40 and 42 has to be used for school capital or school debt. You can't use it for other purposes. A 1/4-cent sales tax that was voted a number of years ago where you could levy an additional sales tax to support capital. A subsidy payment from the federal government for an older piece of debt, that will eventually end when the debt is paid off. And then finally, a debt service fund contribution, and staff can talk you through every year, how do you budget money in that's going from the general fund to the debt service fund. This is the portion of that that is attributable to schools. So you've got a payment stream you've got to make for debt, a handful of different revenue sources that sum up to column K, and then all we do under L is compare the payments that are due in E to the revenues in K, and you'll see pretty quickly there's $5 million plus running through that model right now that is available to help fund the capital program for schools going forward. And we're about to talk about Flatwoods and talk about a high school project. So you've got a bit of a running start here from current year revenues. As long as you can continue budgeting consistent with this, and this is, prior boards and staff are all, I think, very dialed in on this and have no feeling like that should be a particular challenge, but it is a big part of the way the model works, is that these revenues can continue to be budgeted. If that's the case, you're going to be spending off some dollars that can be used for the capital program. Plus, over the years, you've accumulated at this point almost $22 million in capital reserve for school purposes. So you've got real dollars being budgeted every year in current revenue, 20 million plus a good starting point reserve to help fund the capital. Any questions on that? You're in good shape with the debt you've issued. It's all able to be repaid in a very sustainable way. So, what we go into is a couple of scenarios. Obviously, you've got a forward-looking CIP with multiple years in it and multiple projects that are in different stages of being vetted and prioritized. For the purposes of today, we're looking at two scenarios. The first scenario is going to be modeling up the Flatwood Middle School at $85.5 million. That's a school project, obviously. And then in the county model, we're going to assume a $10 million animal services facility. Those two projects are what will make up scenario one. Scenario two is we do Flatwoods, animal services, and then we've assumed a high school project for the time being at an even $100 million. All right, so it's just two very straightforward scenarios. For Flatwoods, we're assuming that we're going to issue that debt this spring. We actually already have a sale date from the Local Government Commission in Raleigh to sell those. I think the project bids are coming in another month or two. So you're going to be ready to issue debt for Flatwoods once the bids come in, and you will assess those along with the schools, and everybody says, yes, we're ready to go. 20-year debt at 5%. That's almost a full 1% higher than current interest rates. So we've got some cushion built in here. Animal services, summer of 25. Still needs to be bid, a few other things that are evolving. For this one, we're assuming a 15-year payback, also at 5%. And then on the high school, absent any other real detailed schedule at this point, we talked about modeling that you would potentially be ready to issue that debt in the summer of 26. So it's got a little further horizon. So just focusing on these projects and not focusing on the operating impact of these projects. I think what Lisa presented earlier, you have the ability, and you track, are there operating impacts associated with capital projects? We're just going to be looking at the debt today. Two scenarios. Any questions on the projects or assumptions? We're very much in the home stretch here. All right, page 14. Scenario one. On the left, county is a $10 million project for the animal shelter. Schools, Flatwoods, 85.5. That's the only thing running through scenario one. All of these debt policies that you have, these are the minimum acceptable or maximum acceptable policy level. Nothing in here is in red, and what that means is you can take on that debt without tripping any of these policies, without getting out of compliance. So that level of projects, $95.5 million, can be accommodated within your policies. No problem. The affordability of it, see a bunch of zeros down here. The takeaway there is there's enough dollars in your county model and your school model to take on these pieces of debt without trying to find new revenues to contribute to the model, which is, that's a great thing. That's just the function of really good planning, outperforming your plan, setting those dollars aside. And we have detail in the appendix if you want to see how does that really work? How do I get to zero impact? I don't need any new dollars than what we showed you here and here. These dollars in the county, these surpluses are adequate to cover the animal shelter. And on the schools, these surpluses are adequate to cover Flatwoods. Okay? When we get to scenario two, we're adding another school project.
Ted?
Yeah.
Before you jump to scenario two, could you just briefly speak to the importance of maintaining those policy numbers, how that impacts the county's ability to borrow money going forward before we step into scenario 2 and we explain those couple of red numbers and how that would play out?
Yeah, so none of these are statutorily required. They are board-adopted policies. You all have the ability to set those policies, change those policies, make an exception to them. The real audience that we think of with the policies are the rating agencies. And the rating agencies want to know that you all as an elected body are dialed into what's going on and the cause and effect of how, in this case, debt might impact your financial position. And so the policies, having them and having them board adopted in and of itself is a positive. They like that. Beyond that, they like the idea and the knowledge that these are discussed on a periodic basis with you all, and you can understand them and see, hey, we're going to issue $95 million. Yes, my ratios are going to change. Things are going to get tighter, but I'm still in compliance. What we're about to get into is the larger scenario, and you'll see there's a policy there that we are projecting to be out of compliance for a year. That in and of itself, I don't believe is a reason not to do it. But it's important to know about it, and you all can make a decision as we get closer to particularly that high school. Hey, are we really potentially going to be out of compliance for a year? And there's a few things you could do. I don't want to do the project because I don't want to be out of compliance. I don't think that's realistic in this case because it's very close and it's only for a year, and I suspect it's a very important project. You don't want to let a policy necessarily get in the way for something that's so close to working. The alternative would be, let's just change our policy and raise it and everything will be good. Or the third, and I think the best scenario is, we have a good policy, we like it, we're aware of what this debt might do, and we're comfortable making an exception to it with the idea that we're going to get back into compliance. And the rating agencies look at that as, that's just a really good process that you all went through of having the conversation, talking through it. Even if you make an exception to your policy, you might think that's sort of signifies weakness or a non-commitment to your policy. And I think contrary, they look at that as just a good planning exercise and process. It's, raising your policy, not to say you ever can't raise your policy, things change, but that takes a little less conversation to do that. So they're important to have them and equally important to look at them on some regular basis and understand how they might be impacted through a capital program.
If I could add one thing to that. In today's environment, I know you've seen a lot of organizations with less than stellar financial practices. And I won't go into detail on that. But when you take a policy like this and you say, yes, we understand the importance of doing this project and issuing this debt, we reviewed this, we know we're going to be out of compliance for 1 year, but we feel that this is necessary. So we document that in our board minutes and our offerings, but that sends a much more significant signal to the rating agencies and to the local government commission that you are watching the finances and you are watching the management of this county. That speaks volumes. I cannot talk about it enough, and I won't because it doesn't excite you guys like it does me. But it still shows that you, as the board of commissioners, are looking at it. That the manager, that budget, that finance, that we are all part of a team, and we are monitoring that all the time.
Yeah. So when you look at scenario 2, which is the larger universe of projects, your payout ratio minimum of 50, you're at 70, you get to around 60. So you're still above your policy. This one higher is better. Debt to assessed value, 2.5 max, you're at 1, looks like you get to about 2. So you double that ratio, but you still are below your policy. And remember, we've issued in this scenario, hypothetically, almost $200 million of debt. And then finally, debt service to expenditure, max of 15, you're at 10, and we're going to get to 15, 16%, potentially, out in a number of years. So I wouldn't get too concerned about this at this point. And we also know with the high school, we're using an approximate round number. But the important part of scenario 2, remember I said in scenario 1, all of those work, plus you got the money to make the payments on that new debt. Scenario 2, the county works because it's the same 10 million for the animal shelter. No change. That one, there's enough money in the model to support that. When you get to the schools, and we're looking at both Flatwoods and the high school, 185 million, we have an impact. There's not enough money in that current school model at this point, and the impact, the way we measure that is in fiscal year 30, right? So you're getting ready to go into your 2026 budget. In fiscal year 30, you're going to need the equivalent revenue of, let's call it 3.5 pennies to make that, to help that school model manage this new level of debt. Alternatively, if you were committed to this plan and you didn't want to wait until fiscal 30, you could do something in fiscal 27, which happens to line up with your next revaluation at about 1.7 pennies. These both fund the model, but differently. This one is wait and do it when you need it. You need the equivalent of 3.5 pennies worth of revenue, new revenue in the model. Alternatively, do it a few years earlier, potentially tied to the reval cycle, and you can get by with, call it 1.7 pennies. You're doing it a little earlier, but you're able to do, you need less dollars on an annual basis because you're doing it a little earlier. So I think the takeaway here is the capacity is there. It's getting tight over here, right? Because all of these ratios are getting a little tighter to your policy, but it's workable. The county, at least at this point, for just the animal shelter project, works. Flatwoods works. It's when you add in what could be another 100 million where you've got to come up with some additional dollars. But not something you need to do today, obviously, or even in the 26 budget, but be mindful of as the Flatwoods comes on, and I suppose the discussion about the high school ramps up. Any questions there? All right, that's county and schools. That's all we had to present on that. I did want to just briefly, well, I did want to talk about the Flatwoods financing quickly. We have a date with the local government commission to sell bonds on April 2nd. You're not committed to that, but it's on the calendar. If everything comes together with the project bids, there's a number of things that we'll be working on with the county staff. Late February, early March, the construction bids from Flatwoods would be in hand. That's critical for the local government commission. They want to see that you've got bids in hand before they approve the debt. We would be going to the LGC for approval at their April 1st meeting. And there will be a couple of actions for the county board on the financing itself. There would be a preliminary resolution, non-binding but necessary, a public hearing at a separate meeting, and a final resolution. And that's where, you know, we want to have sort of the full commitment. We're ready to move forward. The reality is all of those local approvals at 2 different meetings would be subject to LGC approval. If they don't approve it, we don't move forward, and we would sell the bonds on April 2nd. The reality is, just so you know, if y'all took all of these steps and the LGC approved it and something happened, you can always stop it. That April 2nd is kind of the make or break day to move forward or not. But that's how it will shape up. And we would close the bonds in late April, and that's when you have the money available to pay the project costs, reimburse yourself if you fronted any money. Okay? Real quick on Harnett Water, I won't belabor this, but that system has about $32 million of debt outstanding. You can see graphically or on the right, the annual payment for that debt is a little over $4 million a year. It goes out much longer, it goes out to 2052 because those assets oftentimes are financed over longer periods and longer useful life. But you also can see you've got some nice step downs in those payments. 4 million-ish for a few years, steps down to 3.5, steps down to 2. So there are some nice declines there that may help fund additional projects that are cash funded, debt funded potentially if there's debt needed for Harnett Water. Everything's fixed rate. So a very traditional looking debt profile for the utilities as well. This is just a cash flow model that we maintain. We really just pull it from the audit to be, to be reflective of, and I'll look under 24 here. This is the most recent audit. We're just simply looking from top to bottom what the revenues were, 59 million. Your operating expenses, that's like chemicals, salaries, vendors, 32 million. So line 3 is after you pay your operating expenses, you got about $27 million left to make your debt payment. Your debt payment's 4.4 million. So, and the debt you have to bondholders is revenue bond debt. So when you look at revenues minus expenses, you got 27 million. To pay the 4.4, you've got debt service coverage over 6 times, meaning for every dollar of debt service that system needs to make, they've got $6 available to make that payment. Higher is better, really good cash flow. Now, we also know they've got a lot of pay-as-you-go capital. They need real dollars after debt to be available to invest in the system, but they are accumulating some cash reserves. So this system financially is very well run. It's got a very good track record. If there is a need to go to the debt markets, I think they would be very well received. And they're also generating very nice cash flow that would allow them to fund projects without debt. And they would do it as a combination, most likely debt and take. So the takeaway from all of this is the system is self-supporting. You're insulated on the general fund from having to support it. You've got good cash flow. All of your key financial metrics are very strong. Last couple slides, solid waste. Very little debt outstanding, about $500,000. It pays off in 2028. It's about $140,000 a year. And like the water and sewer, the same sort of idea here. The cash flows of the system, 8.9 million of revenue, 7 million of expenses, leaves about $1.8 million available for debt. The debt's only 140,000, so you're covering your debt almost 13 times over. But you are investing in projects every year, multiple millions of dollars, and building reserves. So it's the same sort of takeaway. If there were a need to go to the market for borrowing for solid waste purposes, I think we'd be able to demonstrate to lenders that we've got a system that's performing financially, historically, their debt coverage and their cash position has evolved well and positively, and if there were a need, I think you would find all of this helps to secure access to capital funding if you need it. That's all. The rest is the appendix. Any questions?
That was riveting, wasn't it?
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
So I think after all of that, the key question that I need as county manager is the board still comfortable with the $85.5 million that we planned for the school and the $10 million for the animal shelter project, so that we know, based on this information, we're still good to move forward with those projects.
Yes, and I'm also good with the policies that we have with not going ahead and trying to raise that. I know that we're exceeding our expectations, but as I know you explained to me, that if we go ahead and up that policy, just maybe give us a little more cushion, that's going to affect us later on, obviously, when we go and try and borrow the debt. So I would recommend that we keep it where we're at now. it's the pleasure of the board, I'd say with scenario one, we can go ahead and follow through with that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Chairman, I think next we have a break, and it is nearly noon, so if you'd be amenable, we can go ahead and have, gather our food and eat, because we probably have at least another 45 minutes to an hour among the things that we need to cover. So, rather than.
You guys good with that?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
We'll go ahead and take a little break and, meet back here in just a minute.
this time, I'll let Ms. Honeycutt talk about the review of the fiscal policy.
Okay, while we're kind of getting ready. Okay,
Bless you.
a little bit of a uniform change. I am passing out a copy of the county's fiscal policy. A copy of the policy. You know I can't do too many things at one time. So we have our fiscal policy, but we also have a copy of the actual policy itself. The one that's on the PowerPoint right now is actually a graph that I'll talk about just a few minutes later. The fiscal policy that we are passing out is actually included in the back of this booklet that Davenport has brought with us today. But I wanted to kind of have it out so you could flip through it, make notes on it, and I've inserted a couple of comments that I wanted to kind of make sure that we kind of kept in the front. You've heard Davenport refer to our policy, our debt to expenditure ratios, debt to assessed value, our fund balance, our unassigned fund balance. This is the document itself. I am not going to read all of this to you, just because I'm not. But I did want to take a moment just on the very first page, the fiscal policy and the purpose. And when we talk about our policies, it is very important that what we develop is in line with, meets our goals, our plans, meets the needs of our citizens for the future. And I just, instead of trying to restate everything, I just thought I would kind of mention it just briefly. The fiscal purpose of the fiscal policy contributes to the county's ability to insulate itself from a fiscal crisis, enhances short-term and long-term credit worthiness, and helps the county achieve the highest credit and bond ratings possible, promotes long-term financial stability by establishing a clear and consistent framework for budget and financial decisions, directs attention to the total financial picture of the county rather than single-issue areas, links long-term financial planning with day-to-day operations, and provides the county staff, the county board of commissioners, and the county citizens a framework for measuring the fiscal impact of government services against established fiscal parameters. Pretty much, this policy covers our CIP capital improvement process. It covers our debt policies, as we've already talked about. The one that I want to focus on today is our reserve policies, and that's actually on page 5. The most important one of this is that the county will maintain a minimum unassigned fund balance as defined by Governmental Accounting Standards Board at the close of each fiscal year equal to 15% of general fund expenditures, with a targeted unassigned fund balance equal to 20% of general fund expenditures. So I have a little, in red, a little note to discuss maximum unassigned fund balance percentage. We'll kind of go along with that. Mention that in a little bit later on in our presentation. But I just want to kind of keep in mind that when we first drafted this policy, it was to maintain a minimum of 15%. I know everyone hears the 8%, but that's not required by Local Government Commission. That's just a recommendation. We have, when we first adopted our policy, elected to have a 15% unassigned fund balance policy. And basically what that does is that gives the board flexibility of the use of that available fund balance as things come up from during the year that you did not plan on, or if you need to one-time use of your fund balance. Kind of gives you a little flexibility there. As we kind of moved on with the growth of the county and identifying what our long-term goals and what our projects and future needs would be, we found it necessary to put a cap on it. So we're going to have a range from 15 to 20%. That second update of that policy is what has brought us to where we are today. It defined that any amount, any unassigned amount over 20% could be used for a very specific use. It could be used for one-time capital purchases. It could be used to pay down debt. And any other item that was a one-time use. And remember, fund balance is not something that you use. It's not reoccurring. That's a one-time. It's like your savings account. And so when we started to move forward with that, we started looking at the needs of the county, and then we started developing our capital improvement plan. Now, I will not go, much further in the policy itself, but the next stage that I would like to address in this policy is that I would like for us to start adding fund balance policies limits for some of our other funds that I'll get ready to talk about in just a few moments. I think as we go further down the road, especially with the expansion of our strategic goals, that it's very important that, as large as we're becoming, we need a handbook of how we do this, so that those staff members who come behind us will understand how we got to where we are today, and then what our goals are for the future. So I think it just kind of makes, good sense. All right, so now, all right, and so I figured out I've got about 45 minutes after lunch before I start losing everyone. So I don't plan on talking that long. I always go after lunch. So, all right, so now, I wanted to direct your attention to the screen. Now, I did, this is printed out and is before you. So the first one we're going to talk about is our general fund balance. We've shown for fiscal years 2015 through 2024. And so if you'll notice, this slide actually focuses on the unassigned fund balance and then our total fund balance. These figures come from our audited financial reports. The policy itself was drafted in 2012. Really didn't put any meat into it until probably around, I think, 2014, 2015. And that is when we actually raised our policy. So just to give you an idea of when those policies actually started really coming around, we did not show it because it's dropped off, but in 2013, our unassigned fund balance was 17.9. And because we have that excess fund balance and we're setting that aside, that's allowing us to grow that, to grow our unassigned fund balance. The county did not come into any magic pot of money. We are very conservative on our tax rate. Our assessed value, I think, as our tax director has pointed out, we have shown growth or nominal growth until this past year with COVID, when everything exploded. But what the fund balance policy did allow us to do is to start identifying our capital needs, our long-range, long-term goals. More specifically, vehicles. The county used to finance vehicles. And what that was doing is, especially with the Sheriff's Department and EMS, those are on the road 24/7. The likelihood of being involved in accidents and those capital investments being totaled was very high. So we'd have to turn around, deal with the financing, get the insurance proceeds. It was just a big inconvenience. But also, we were actually using other money to pay interest. And a county of our size and growing, that is something where we should be able to pay as we go. We should be able to have those reserves built in. So when we started, first two capital funds that we began were for EMS for ambulances and for the Sheriff's Departments for vehicles. And what we noticed is that during the budget year each year, we spend a lot of time departments spend a lot of time putting capital into the budget. And then in an attempt to balance that budget, a lot of times large ticket items are removed. Then the departments either do not have the necessary means to do some of their, perform some of their jobs, or we spend the next year putting those items back in. Oftentimes, we wind up putting in more than the departments had asked for. So it was just, it actually helped us direct our energy during our budget. So the first year we had set aside for the Sheriff's Department, and then in 2016, we added a transportation function and then a general government function. And so this next slide indicates we've taken that assigned fund balance number and we've broken it out into these different facets and areas. So if you can take a look, so starting in 2016, we started setting that money aside, that money that was in excess of that 20% unassigned. We started setting it aside so that if we need capital items for the general government, I think you've seen in the year in review, we've paved parking lots, we've maintained roofs, we've maintained, we've had to enlarge our fleet, the Viper radios, all of those items, the parks, a lot of the money for schools, we've been able to put that aside and create little buckets of money. The intent of all of this is that your general fund, your 110 general fund, the primary revenue source is your property tax. And it has seemed to work very good for us that we treat that general fund as our day-to-day operating fund. With that being said, we take and move out the money we need for debt, that's in another fund, as you saw earlier. The money for capital purchase items has been set aside. We began funding money for the schools as far as capital items, and when I say capital items, I'm not talking about debt as far as schools. We're talking about their vehicles, if they need HVACs, chillers, you know, they're large ticket items. So we've begun setting that money aside each year. It also allows us to address the current expense appropriation as we're trying to deal with the increased number of students that we have to fund. And then oftentimes we are mandated by the state of items that we have to pay for. And typically we don't know about these until just about the end of our fiscal year, sometimes the first quarter of the new year. So that's why that fund balance, the unassigned fund balance that we have is so critical. But I just wanted to be able to take a look, and so when we actually graphed this out, it kind of gives you an idea of how we've not only been able to set money aside, but we've also been able to focus on the items that matter. By breaking them out into their individual components, sometimes may seem a bit overwhelming. What it does is it allows us to address it individually. So when we have our CIP program during the fall, we actually prioritize those, as Lisa had reported, with regards to meeting our strategic plan, the needs of the board, and the wishes of the citizens. So we're able to address a lot more items. Does anyone have any questions so far? So general fund balance as a percentage. So in 2015, our unassigned fund balance, and that is another one of those measurement factors that the rating agencies look at us. We have an unassigned fund balance of 18.4% in 2015. Through our money management and being able to set aside our capital, or money for capital, we are able to show that as assigned fund balance. So as we're moving across, you'll see that our unassigned fund balance amount is continuing to increase. That is, so in 2024, our unassigned fund balance is at 33.6%. Keep in mind that your policy dictates a ceiling of 20%. That is the conversation that I would like to kind of put in your minds for the future, so that as we begin to address growth, address schools, address the other items that you have identified in our strategic plan, as well as items that come up during the fiscal year. Keep in mind that if we move that amount, we may, well, let me back up, we may need to adjust the amount of the unassigned fund balance that we keep on hand to be able to address items that come up. So even though we function on a 12-month fiscal year, we're always looking ahead to the future to make sure, you know, multiple years at a time. So I would not recommend increasing it right now because we still have the flexibility to set money aside in those capital funds so that we can keep the county CIP plan funded. But that's just something for long term as we kind of continue on. Okay. And then just lightly touching on Harnett Region, their fund reserves. Their operating revenues, you'll see in 2015 from 23.6 to 47.6 in 24. That identifies a lot of growth in customers. In the back of our annual financial report, you'll see that we report such statistical information as the number of customers, the miles of line, different data points like that. But the customer base has grown, and I think that coincides with the growth of the county as citizens are moving in. Solid waste as well. Solid waste went from 4.3 million in operating reserves to 7.6 million. And I know Chad is here. I always use Chad as one of my success stories because I remember one year, this has been several years back, we just did have enough money to make our payroll. And then when we started looking at the operating reserves, and again, solid waste is an enterprise fund, so the money that it charges to the customers is what it uses to operate on. But Chad is now, in the last several years, has been able to purchase equipment and pay cash for it. He has a plan for replacing his equipment because, again, the equipment that he uses in his landfill is not cheap. So when you look to finance that, that's the equivalent of another vehicle for his guys to drive. So again, it's not a matter of, issuing debt for those small items. It's a matter of, knowing what you need, identifying the timing of it, and then making sure that you put a little bit of money aside each year, and then you can get it and keep your operations going on. So a little bit closer snapshot on our property value. So in 2015, our property value was at 7.8. Current levy collection was 99.45. And one of the even though during 2020 and 21, the years following the COVID, our collection rate dropped a little bit. It's really remained relatively consistent. And Harnett County has one of the highest tax collection rates in the state. And that's something that the rating agencies normally comment on, is that we've always had such a very solid collection rate. And then sales tax. 2015, our sales tax was $18.1 million, and in 2024, we finished the year with $47.6 million. Now, keep in mind, one of the items that Ted had mentioned as part of our debt fund, one of the funding items in that debt fund is the Article 40 and 42 sales tax. It's restricted, I think, 40% and 60% for either article. We are required to spend that on capital for the schools. So one of the reasons why you see those balances in that debt fund, that money is actually set aside completely separate from the general fund and all the other funds, is that as we pay that debt down, we continue that funding transfer. And if you have looked through the budget, you'll recall that the county transfers $11 million every year over to the debt fund, and that's split between the school and the general government debt. But we've maintained this same level of funding as far as what we transfer over. But what has allowed that to increase is that the sales tax explosion just after the pandemic, we were able to capture all of that restricted sales tax, let that stay in that fund, and then as that debt was paid down, we captured that capacity. And now, because we are at a position where we can be through the money management, I've been able to invest our idle funds. So our money that we've saved is making money. It's just a matter of the timing of, when we have our bills, our payroll, and then our debt payments due. So it's a timing where our money is making money. So that's one reason why that fund has grown quite well. Another slide that we found interesting is that in 2015, the county, the employment, full-time employees funded, and general government did not go up in a significant amount, but the large areas of growth were in public safety. So in 2015, the county identified 303 public safety full-time equivalents compared to 369 in 2024. And as you see the increase over time, you can see the evidence of the county growing, and then we've had to add staff and personnel to meet the needs of our citizens. So now this is one of the slides we were talking about when I was talking about setting up additional fund balance policies for our internal service funds. One of the items that we also carved out, separate from our general fund, is we have our health insurance for our employees, our dental insurance, workers' comp, our risk management, that's the county's property insurance, that was new for '24, our unemployment, our clinic, our fleet services, and our information technology. We have that set aside as a separate internal service fund, so that we know that we can always keep our medical insurance funded. And then the other items like risk management, due to the uncertainty of the environment, we were probably looking at about double-digit increases on our property insurance. And so one of the items that Lisa and I had talked about was, okay, well, we have expenses that we know we're gonna have to meet. So let's start setting aside additional money. So that way, when we're trying to plan that budget, if we're setting aside a set amount and we have some large loss, that impacts our rates, we have the money already set aside, so we don't have to dip down into our fund balance, because as we begin the budget process, there's always a list of items that the board looks to address and to fund as part of our strategic plan. That's to make sure that any items that come up, we kind of have some money set aside to address those. And another one that we're showing is our information technology and our fleet. Again, when I talked about financing vehicles, we are actually have an internal service fund for our fleet, so we are kind of our own bank, so to speak, for vehicles. And that has helped us quite well, as we're finding now that vehicles are becoming more readily available in the market. We're noticing that the last quarter of each fiscal year, dealerships are reaching out to us because, you know, everyone cuts off spending the last quarter of the fiscal year. But because we are financially have set this money aside, if there are vehicles that we have identified in the next year that we will replace, then we can go ahead and take advantage, and usually we get better pricing. So it's kind of interesting in working with Beth and her department. It's very interesting how, you know, when you prepare the benefits that you reap from that. And then the last item I'll talk about is the information technology. We have a very robust IT department. Ours stays up on top of keeping our information safe, making sure that we have the technology and the connectivity. And I know the broadband is a large project of the board, but we're able to keep the county up and running. And we found that during COVID, being able to remotely connect was vital in keeping connections with our citizens and with ourselves, because, you know, every department struggled to continue their day-to-day services, stay socially distanced, but also continue, you know, our work. So I think the availability and the robustness of our IT department allowed us to have that connectivity, and I'm very thankful for that. So any questions? I'm sorry I flew through it. I was trying not to lose anyone.
One question, this is 48 parts, but.
48 parts.
Now, let me back up a minute to your Harnett Regional Water Fund reserves.
Okay.
If I'm reading this right, and what you said there a while ago, it looks like their unrestricted fund balance of 97 million, a little change. Am I reading that right?
That's their position,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Now, there's some monies Representative Penny got us for a Buies Creek Coach sewer line, several $1 million. Is that included in that figure?
No, sir, it is
So
not.
those set-asides for those kinds of projects are above and beyond this?
Yeah, this is operating, this is to pay for future projects they need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just replaced it.
Yeah, I just was trying to clarify if they were
Yeah.
commingled and was included in
No,
this
sir.
picture or not. So they're set aside somewhere else?
Yes,
and-
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head, is there more than one batch of money? Or is that one project the only one?
For them?
Yeah.
No. Well, I've got their debt services set aside, and then they have their capital projects where they have transferred out or funded. Those are set aside.
Okay.
And
They've got some ARPA
then
money.
they have their ARPA money.
Yeah, which is over in the project, that plant project that they're doing now, so.
Yeah.
Because they've got, I think, 2 capital projects open right now. One of them's wrapping up, and then, of course, the plant expansion is the big one that's going on. And so there's money that they've got from the state and ARPA money that we transferred over there.
By this
Not
being
a year.
listed as unrestricted, the planned expansion dollars is above and beyond this as well?
Yes.
So for reporting purposes, I do not pick up the ARPA money.
Well, that's fine.
We have always kept that separate.
I don't pretend to be in your business, that's why I asked the question.
Well, and then when we have something like a plant expansion or a project like that, we set up a separate fund for that, and we take the money out of the operating, include it over there, that's gonna go to it. And then the other money that comes in from the state or wherever else.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
I forgot to mention, when we were up talking capital improvements plan earlier, you'll see the capital improvement plan for the HRW when you see the budget. We do that differently.
Didn't bring this up, it's my understanding that money's been laying there about 3 years. It's time to build sewer lines.
Right. We've got some projects that are keyed up and we need to get final approval on.
That one, because I don't know for sure, and yeah, this is more y'all's field than mine, but I'm assuming that there's a deadline when that money has to be used, or at least begin spending.
Yes.
We gotta be getting close to
3
it.
years. Yeah, we need to push forward on those projects.
So I don't have a copy in my hands now, but part of our budget that we adopt each year is the CIP plan for Harnett Regional. And in that, there is a table very, almost identical to the one you just reviewed earlier with Lisa, that shows the projected projects for them and then how much of that PAYGO reserves that they're looking. So they are looking to issue very little debt, as they go along.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions from Mr. Honeycutt, unless y'all do.
I do have I don't know, it's a question as much as a clarification. Go back to the discussion on the unassigned fund balance and targeted unassigned fund balance equal to 20%. I believe I heard you say we're sitting at 33. And so you wanted us to consider or think about what? Raising that 20%?
So we had talked about, I had during a work session, just a few months ago, I had talked about kind of, looking at the possibility of raising it maybe to 25% unassigned. To give you, that'll give you more, that will give you a larger buffer, so that from July 1 to June the 30th, as each month that you sit as the board, if you have issues that come up, if we have a hurricane, if we have whatever, and you need to use fund balance, if something comes up that you need to use your fund balance, you know that you've got that much of a buffer without impacting your operations, because we've moved everything else out and it's funded. When I'm talking about your health insurance, your property insurance, what I call your daily bills. That way you focus on the personnel size, your staff size. You focus on operations, you focus on, my mind just went blank, we can focus on that current expense funding that we have to do. You focus on all of that, so that it gives you just a little bit more, because with the growth of the county, we never know from one fiscal year to the next, and this past year, if I've learned nothing, it's to expect everything, because it could go either way. So the only consistency that I could recommend to you as your finance officer is to say, okay, we know these items are going to be there. I can't plan for them, but I can have the money. And Alan and I were talking earlier, and he reminded me of something that I had said to him a couple of years back. I had stated that to me, finance is like a chuck wagon and a cattle drive. Finance's job is to run out ahead of the cattle and the cowboys, and to have supper ready and have everything ready. So when they get there, they can refuel and move on. That's kind of with us. We're sitting there every single day. We're in these meetings. We're talking to you guys, and we're listening to what's going on, and we're looking at what's happening out there, and we're trying to figure out, okay, how do we best set policies? How do we best set procedures to be able to it just automatically funds, or create a mechanism so when you come to me and say, Kimberly, can we do this? Yes, we can. I don't have to look at my computer, because I know where all that money is, and I know that we've got that money set aside. So that's kind of what I think I just went off into the ditch, but
Well, to summarize what she said,
I get passionate about this.
The concept being is potentially increasing that holdback, that reserve to 25, because we know that the county is growing. What we do is costing more, and the cost of everything's going up. So we might want to think about in the next year or two having a little bit bigger reserve in place that we hold back
for
But as that
a larger
budget
emergency.
grows, so does that 20% versus the 25%.
It does, exactly.
There's some growth there.
Yeah, exactly. There's some natural growth, which is why we're not recommending the change now, because we've had that natural growth and we're comfortable where the total dollar amount is now. But just keep in the back of your mind that we may need to revisit that in a year or two.
So the last thing that I want is that if we implement some sort of policy change or procedure or some activity, and then there's a price fluctuation as we have seen, I don't want us, if it's something that's on your strategic plan, I don't want it to have to stop. So, if it takes a little bit more to get it going, because that is what is best for the county, we want to be able to have that flexibility of reserves there, because in the early years, Commissioner McCoy kept, every time we talked about something, first thing she would ask, all right, what is that gonna do to fund balance? What's that gonna do to fund balance? So, and I kinda took that to heart, so now what I'm trying to do is give you enough of a pool or a reserve so that you can make those decisions, because there's a lot of decisions that are gonna have to be made.
Well, you may be on the right course, because if we had a sudden stop in the growth,
Yeah.
then you're gonna need that higher percentage to maintain the amount of money we need to maintain it.
Until we can kickstart it or things, again, if we have an economic downturn. I remember something in 2008, a lot of counties and a lot of towns in this state and across this nation were panicking. Because they didn't have reserves to get them through that economic downturn. We don't want to be there.
Well, it's just like this bill with the change in the fire suppression from 500 GPM to 1,000. It could cause that overnight.
Yes, exactly.
And we may need the additional percentage to maintain the fund.
We may need reserves to keep operating until such time as the economy can catch back up to us and provide us the funding we need to carry on. Exactly.
To your point, go ahead.
I just say it also helps us to avoid having to do a rate increase.
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
either in the tax rate or on our fees for service that we have, because we have the balance available to absorb it.
To your point, Bill, the ARPA dollars and the SCIP dollars, that cost has been cut off.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, but we've been very smart, you have as a board, looking at the whole total picture with the master plannings, the strategic plannings, and the capital plannings. So any citizen can come in here and look at exactly where we're at, what we're up against, and why we're spending what we're spending. So that's to Alan's point about some of the smaller towns that are looking at that, those dollars are gone. So that's not reoccurring, and if you didn't use those smart, then that's why you have these plans in place.
I just want to say this, I commend Alan as well as Kim, because in 2008, I remember those days. I remember those days, 2008 and on, the fund loss was so low that we had a hurricane trying to be here. So, and you all have done a tremendous job in improving the county's funding. But that was the reason when I got elected back when they said, hey, do we have enough money to pay for this? Do we have enough money to pay for that? So I said time, but we didn't have it.
Back then, that was a good question to ask, man.
Yes, it was.
Still is today, but just not as.
I also remember you, in one meeting, you asked me, you said, okay, now wait a minute, we're spending a lot more money. And I reminded you of when I said, okay, we're putting this money aside, fund balance is going up, but don't get accustomed to it, because we're gonna start spending it, because we're gonna start investing it in capital. And when you asked me, we're spending money, well, we're spending that money we set aside, we were prepared for this. So, the county's in a good place. Is the county in the best place? No, never will be, because things change, things that are beyond our control, things that happen somewhere else that, they hand us the ticket. So, but I do say that, right now, the board, the management, the strategic plan that has been put in place, all the department heads, we've been able through, what we've been able to do is we are hiring talented people that have the ability to get outside that box and look at it. And so, and these are people that are committed to this county. Everyone is, and it takes everyone working together to bring us to where we are. I mean, if you'd have told me 5 years ago when we pulled this debt fund out that just letting that money corral in one place, we've been able to walk through this affordability without doing a tax increase, for that school, I would have been like, yeah, all right. But, you know, hey, you dream and you plan, and that's exactly what we've done.
Well, I'd say you plan in the right direction, because I remember a time that healthcare insurance for the county employees was so expensive, they couldn't even pay for it. I mean, county was meeting their parts of it, but it was so far out for them. It was just incredible. I know a guy came to me, that was in 2008, whatever, and healthcare insurance while they're having a baby, and the deductible was $8,000. Those days are gone. So I have to.
Well, that's why now we're self-funded.
You self-funded, and before then you weren't self-funded.
No,
I
ma'am,
know.
we were just writing it out.
Can I revisit my original thought and ask a more, at least for me, basic question? So, if we wanted to make a one-time expenditure from unassigned fund balance, let's say the retired debt service. So today, we could go from 33%, so we could take 13% of that money in retired debt service and be at 20%.
Yes, sir, you could.
And if we raise that to 25, then we can take 8% of that money retired debt service instead of 25. Thank you.
But I will caution to look at the debt documents, because some of that is not, we can only pay down certain blocks of it. So, but yes, to answer your
There's
question.
an early payment penalty. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Not necessarily.
Well, I was just trying to get an example to use.
Yeah, but you're absolutely
That's a
right.
very, yeah, that's a valid example, yeah. You know, up until now, we've been taking that and using that to fund your CIP program. So, but that is one of the options that we could use that money for.
Well, I understand Brooks' point of view too, is if we paid a note off early, we saved the interest, and you can put it back in the, and get rid of debt service that way.
Well, I would love to be able to have the money to pay cash for everything, which, you know, who wouldn't? But what really bothers me every time, and I did it a while ago, is when we're looking at debt, you know, we've got, was it 140-something million? And then 40-something million of it is interest. I mean, I can think about all the things I could do with that, the county could do with that money. So that's where we, you know, trying to make sure our ratings stay up, the management policies that we've talked about. Every little action, no matter how small, has huge impacts. So, you know, we owe it to the citizens to do what we can to borrow this money as cheaply as we can.
Yeah, well, there's a sweet spot there we have to stay in, because to go to your comment about love to have everything paid for. Well, it hadn't been too many terrible years ago that everything the county had was paid for, and there's a county manager here named Jack Brock, but everything we had was wore out, and we had employees on welfare. Okay?
Remember that far?
I can remember that far back. But, and no disrespect to him, that was the way they did business, but when I came to work here in '87, everything the county owned was wore slam out, and there was several deputies at the sheriff's office that had families that were on welfare, on public assistance, because we just didn't, so.
So what we've literally had to do is we've had to create a mechanism moving forward, but pay to catch up as well. So we've had double impact. But as bad as that was, when you learn from that, you know how to go forward. Not saying that what was done was wrong, it's just that learning to recognize the flexibility, learning to recognize those key factors, and just be prepared for something. You know something's coming. I don't know what it looks like, but I know it's gonna require $1. And that's all I mean, I'm not trying to be flip about it, but that's the one thing I do know. So my job is to sit here with the checkbook. And good luck getting it out of me.
So something is coming.
Yes, ma'am. Every day. All right. So, but if you have any questions, please, you know, I know Ted's book contains a wealth of information. That is a strategic planning document, and I will say that, you know, the beginning cash balance of each year, that is updated every year. So if you were to pull out your book from 2 years ago, you'll notice that that the amount that we're showing now is more than what was projected back then. That's because, you know, if sales tax comes in higher than predicted, because we're growing it very conservatively.
Yeah, and if you look at their schedule, there's not a column that says interest earned.
Yeah.
So we don't plan to earn interest because 2 years ago, we weren't. Technically, I mean, it was 0.025%. Now we are, so that's helping to grow that. So, but that's one of the conservative tools we use. We don't plan on interest. That way, if the money's invested, if we get it, great. If we don't, we're not, hurting ourselves because we had plans to do that.
It's dragging.
Saturday was the other day.
Okay, next up, Lisa's gonna go more of a macro level here and look at trends within the county in North Carolina.
Go ahead, Lisa, I welcome up.
Y'all still wait. Mine is gonna be super fast over the last, few years, we have done trends over, I guess, maybe 15 to 20 different items. This year, we've kind of condensed it into about 5 or 6 of the most important ones.
Bear with me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And everyone should have a copy of this presentation too. Yes.
The one that looks like this.
Yes. Ben went up to get the presentation off the flash drive, so if anybody needs a
I think we can go for it. Everybody has it.
All right, so if you've got the presentation, we'll just go through it then real quick. So on the first slide is the 5-year population growth, and you can see in the municipalities, there's been about 3.7% growth over the last 5 years. And in the unincorporated area, it's about 4.7%. And with the number of lots that we're seeing in Angier and the Lillington area, these numbers are gonna look a lot different in the next few years. And the next one is the new home constructions. And these are the new single-family homes that have been issued a certificate of occupancy over the last 5 fiscal years. And you can see in 2023 how much that jumped up since 2022. And we've held pretty consistent since then. And right now, as of December the 2nd, we're at 586 homes so far this fiscal year. So we're going to be right there at what we've been for the last 2 years. So our growth is still very consistent. The next one is the unemployment rate since 2020. You can see the graph is from 2020, so you can see since COVID, we have pretty much gone back to where we were at prior to COVID, or where we've actually been for the last few years. But Harnett County, as of October, was at 3.7. State of North Carolina was 3.6, and in the United States, they were at 3.9. On the next slide is the current employment levels for the county. As of December the 6th, we had 51 vacant positions, which is about a 5% vacancy rate. And our largest department that had the most vacant positions is still the Sheriff's Department. Public safety is usually one of the highest department or functions. And most of those positions in the Sheriff's Office were SROs. We had 9 vacant SRO positions, which is what we have seen for the last 3 fiscal years. It's really hard to get our SRO, school resource officers. And we had 10 vacant positions in the detention center.
Can I jump in here and ask
Yes.
a question? And I think Brent's already covered this in some of our conversations. I know on law enforcement have we looked at the other agencies to see if we're competitive with the surrounding markets?
Yes.
Okay, are we?
Yes.
Okay.
We are very close. We're competitive enough that the pay is not the reason they're choosing to come.
Do we know the reason that you can't seem to attract school resource officers?
Well, the school resource officer, I think it is, we have a young
force with regards to our deputies. They don't have the interest of being in the schools. They want to be out on the streets where the action is, and so they're not interested in those positions. One of the things that I've talked with the sheriff about is that there may be a need to assign officers, deputies to these schools to cover them and have it be a one-year rotation type thing. That way they fill the positions, and he's getting closer to being able to do that based on his employment level of deputies within the whole force.
Thank you.
Well,
Can you have it outside of the sheriff's department, please?
outside of the shift,
Outside of the sheriff's department, please.
no, they have to be sworn deputies, and it is their main duty and function with regards to their hours they work in the force.
I think now they have to have at least a year or 2 years' experience before they can become an SRO.
Yep, 1 year's experience minimum on the streets before you can.
And that's not our policy, that's state
Right,
policy.
that's state policy, correct.
You have to be trained for SRO duty.
Yeah, and then there's a school they have to go to.
There's one more very important category that probably should be added to that list, and that's the local teacher supplement, to look at what our turnover is going to and from our school system. Because I'm assuming the problem is still, they'll stay with us a year or two to run off to Wake County, and some of them will stay a couple of years and come back, or they go up there because they get another $15,000 a year in the local teacher supplement. So I know from my experience on the school board, and I'm assuming Eddie and Brooks will concur with that we're not going to be competitive with some of the counties like Wake. But
I
it's-
think, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think, just the FYI, one of the, something at least fairly new to us is that in the last couple of years, we're beginning to see our experienced teachers leaving to go to, let's say, Wake County to work the last 3, 4, 5 years of their career and bump their retirement up. So, as Vice Chairman Morris mentioned, we've long had that issue with some of our younger teachers beginning, maybe single, don't have a lot of ties here, but that matriculation of our people who live here and just driving so that they can get that bump for their retirement, and it's understandable, but that's just something new for us that we are beginning to experience.
Well, on the SROs, I think you need to look back again at money talks and doing the stipend, bonus, whatever it might be, because that duty you want, out of all the positions you have in the sheriff's office, you want the best ones at the schools, because that is where a lot of critical decisions are made, especially in critical incidents, that you need to have the highly trained, highly motivated officer. So I think you need to look at the number of SROs and see if we have money that we get in incentive to get people to sign up for those.
We've done a bonus as well as, we've also done a, competitive wage, study.
Because we're already at, was it $5,000 a year?
$5,000 bonus.
Additional.
Per year they work. Yeah.
Is it still?
It's still in place. Initially, we looked at that as being something that was a one-time if you agreed, but we budgeted now for it in this last budget that is every year they serve as an SRO, they can receive that $5,000.
Well, one thing, and this is a Wayne decision, it may be that he's got to start targeting his middle-aged employees that are ready to slow down a little bit, but still agile enough to do what needs to be done at the school, and let the rookies stay on the road. That may be an avenue for him to pursue, but that's, you talk to him about that, that's his purview.
Well, career-minded individuals.
Yeah.
You can change the classification grade of that position to give with the bonus and sense of a promotion in the sense you could put the SRO level at a little bit higher level.
Yeah, you can put them, make them all sergeants for all I care.
You
So whatever it takes to keep them in the school.
Just looking for motivation.
Yeah.
And this teacher's pay, I'm hearing out there in the public, people saying, y'all need to pay, county need to pay more, but the pay comes from the state. And there is no way that we can increase our taxes in this county with the many senior citizens we have in this county to meet what the state is not paying for.
Well, the way that works is that say he's a biology teacher with 10 years experience, he's gonna make the same money as every other teacher in the state with the same classification, the same year's experience. And the local teacher supplement is what makes up the difference, which does come from us.
Well, it does come from us, but what I'm saying is what I really do believe, and I may be wrong in saying this. The supplement, we can never meet the amount of supplement that we need to pay the teachers' pay that they really deserve.
True.
Because we're gonna have to make up a lot more here in Harnett County than in a lot of other surrounding counties.
That's part of the reason I brought it up, because it wasn't on that list, and I know Kimberly's the one that just never lands on her desk. So that's why I started the conversation. Please, I got off point with
Oh, no,
what you're
you're
doing.
good. No, that's what this is about. This is the discussion we need.
Yeah, but that's, you know, Eddie and I and Brooks have got the benefit of a lot more than some of the people in the room. And we've all worked here when Harnett was at the bottom of the barrel, pay-wise. And we fought that battle trying to retain people since the mid-80s. And it was bad, don't get me wrong, but I started out $11,900 a year as a deputy sheriff. Doing good to keep the lights turned on, but we're better, but there's still room for improvement. So in your planning and your thinking, keep that in mind, please. Oh, yeah. Dwight Snow's hair was black when I first came here.
And so to build off what Kimberly presented earlier on the sales tax is a big monster all together, but sales tax is made up of different articles, and Article 39 is something that we track year after year, and that's the 1% that we collect based on where it's collected. So if you spend your sales tax in Harnett County, this is what's being tracked. So this is the sales tax paid July through September and received by the county September through December. So we're 3 months behind every year. So this is the first 3 months of collections. Right now, we are at 6% more than we collected at the same time last year, and that's about $228,000 more at this point than we did last year. So you can see it's kind of leveled off a little bit, so we don't see that big jump like we did in fiscal year from 22 to 23. This chart, it's easier to see probably on your handout. I'll jump it up, but this is our comparison of our effective tax rate. And the definition on that is at the bottom. So your effective tax rates are adjusted county rates, which are used in comparison to the different jurisdictions. Since all the counties are on various reappraisal cycles, the ratio of the assessed value to the actual value is going to differ. And the differences are adjusted by applying the sales assessment ratio to the tax rate. And that's how you get the effective tax rate, so you can basically compare apples to apples when you're looking at the different jurisdictions. So this next screen is a little bit easier to see. So right now, Harnett County is still below the state effective tax rate, but you can see all our surrounding counties where we fall with the effective tax rate and what our actual tax rate is compared to the others. And the state uses the effective tax rates for different purposes. One of the things we found out last year was with the low wealth funding, the effective tax rate is still used in that formula. And I won't even begin to explain the formula for that, because it can change year after year. And if Kimberly wants to add something to the low wealth formula, or maybe Commissioner Matthews may want to add anything to that.
It's too complicated for me. I'm not a math person.
So do y'all have any questions? Those were just the few trends that we wanted y'all to see and be aware of right now.
I will follow up on that just a little bit. And all of us are aware of this, but just to recap a little bit, the last reassessment that was done, and in order to try to lessen the impact on our citizens with the increase in what the increase would have been in their taxes that they pay, we as a board lowered the tax rate, trying to offset some of that increase that the reeval showed that would have really jumped our citizens' taxes. Not being aware of the role that was going to play in this effective tax rate in that ultra-complicated formula of low wealth that has effectively now turned around and bitten us and cost us, what, 5.8 million in low wealth dollars that would go to the school system. And that's what we're struggling with today, because the majority of that money pays salaries for local positions. So, I'll just leave it there. That's reality. That's where we are today.
One thing that and Matt can jump in here, doing with the real estate industry is we've got more and more homes over the 400,000 mark. We're gonna have unless something crazy happens, we're gonna have another big jump in valuation with this next reval. And we're gonna be fighting the same thing again. We're gonna look at a major raise in taxes if our tax rate stays the same, because the valuations have gone up. And we're gonna have to fight that again if we're gonna try to stay net neutral. So again, y'all be thinking about, where's Christine at? She's hiding back here somewhere, but be thinking about how we're gonna deal with that. Because there's just no way around it.
Well, the good news is that we're aware of this in that formula now.
Oh, yes.
So at least you'll have that information to consideration when you go to set your tax rate after the next reval.
Well, thank you for understanding how that formula works.
The next
Well,
question
we
I've
calculated
got.
it.
It's figured out somebody that does.
But we calculated it two different ways, same answer. I mean, but look, that's why hindsight's 20/20.
Always.
I mean, you know, like you said, by trying to do what the right thing by our citizens, it wound up and bit us anyway.
Right.
That's right.
So, but it was a lesson learned.
But then it also throws in another wrinkle. When we are looking at our rates, other counties are also looking at their rates.
Right.
And so since we're all on different cycles, that it's just a moving target every year. So it's
We
something
could
we need to
sit here
look
and
at.
philosophize on this forever, but the moral of the story is you shouldn't be punished for doing being good stewards of the taxpayers' money.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, that's what it boils down to.
And that's a conversation for all.
Yeah.
All right. We've got two more things to get done here before we get out of here. We need to review the strategic plan and the key strategic actions that we have on the strategic plan. Does everybody have a copy of their strategic plan? If not, Melissa has a couple of extras.
Here you go. I tell you, it takes two loads of folk to create enough paper though for all these meetings.
Brent, that's pretty thick.
I know.
For the best.
What?
It's pretty thick.
I know. So, but we're gonna boil it down to just key area here. So, the beginning of all this has our mission, our vision, all those types of things. It has our core values, so forth. But where we need to turn to is the page that says superior education. It's about halfway through. We have 5 main strategic goals that were created by you back in 2022 when this was approved. We're not looking to change the goals or even the goal objectives. What we need to focus on is the key strategic actions. So I need you to look at the bottom there, and you have action 1.1.1, 1.1.1.2. So when we're looking at those, you need to look at those and determine if you believe that anything there needs to change. Now, there are a couple of them, when we move to the next goals, that I think we've accomplished and don't need to be listed as key strategic actions. And the reason I focus on the key strategic actions, the general goals and objectives, I think they're established to be 10-year goals. And so we focus on them. The strategic actions are the items that us as staff tend to make plans and diagnose ways that we're going to accomplish these actions. So what I would ask is for you to look at those four strategic actions that are there, and 5, and determine if there's anything in superior education that you would want to change as far as a key strategic action. It's okay if they stay the same, because we've developed plans in our performance management to address all of those. But if there's something new, or there's a new way you'd like to say it, then we'd like to know about it.
Well, I think for me, I'll just say that I think each of those, I think each of those needs to stay, I guess would be to cut to the chase. I don't know if anybody feels like there's anything that need to be added, but I think those.
Well, as long as we issue building permits, we're gonna need more schools. It's just that simple. Now, if you find some way to tie the two of them together, I'm all ears, but.
If there's any way that we can recruit more retail in this county.
Right.
As well as industry in this county.
Yeah, and that is
That
in
would
our,
be, that would help offset
in our
everything.
strategic, and you'll see in our strategic goal for economic strength, there are comments as it relates to that.
Y'all growing out there in the Western part. And you have to come to the corporation.
The only change we will make, we'll change anything that refers to fiscal year 25 to 26. Any date change you see, we'll clean that up when we go through it. All right, well, I'll turn then to organizational excellence. And there's the goal objectives, and then there's the key strategic actions, so you can begin reviewing those. I will say, action 2.1.1, we completed a compensation study 2 years ago. So that one, I believe, we can remove. It would likely need to go back on the list in a year, maybe 2, depending on how. HR is constantly looking at how we stack up to other counties. There'll be a hiring that we do. We look at where we're filling in related to the other counties. But a full-blown compensation study, which costs a little bit of money, we'll probably look at in 2 years. So I would recommend that we go ahead and remove that one for the coming year as a key strategic action. And action 2.2.2, which is reduce government redundancy and process improvement to find efficiencies and fee schedule improvements to reduce overall government where possible and reduce financial burden on taxpayers. I'm looking at, I made contact with the person that ran a program called Rapid Process Improvement. I did it in Mason City and did it in Topeka. That's where we break down a process that we have, that we follow as staff, and determine where we have redundancies, wait times, et cetera, in order to be able to make our system better and look at doing things better. She's still doing that program, and so we're going to look at getting a quote from her this year to be able to more aggressively attack this particular line. Action 2.5.1. We do have right now online the ability for a person to file a complaint form. So if a citizen has something that is going on, they can actually go to our website and fill out a complaint form and give us feedback. The other thing we're looking at doing this year, and we put money in the budget, is to do a countywide survey, a scientific study survey to determine and gain feedback from the citizens on how we're doing for our services. So we're going to be getting that feedback. And Mike has done them in the past in his communities. I did them in Topeka. We know of companies that can really do a good job of determining how our citizens feel we're doing and where we can improve. That'll be coming this year. There's already money in the budget for that for the rest later this spring. We'll look to release that.
Can I say something? I think that's really necessary and needed in the western part of the town. Many of those citizens out there don't even know exactly what's going on in this county and what benefits we provide for the citizens that live out there in that area.
And I don't think we've ever done
They're not
science.
separated, they just don't really know what the county is doing to improve their lives. Because I don't even think the newspapers go out there. I mean, nothing, and we have tried to change this on many occasions, like putting out newsletter, and it is difficult getting those out there, dropping them off at different businesses and stores and stuff. But I don't know how we can improve it, but it's something we've been working on for a long, long time.
We're trying to put together some town halls down that way now.
But we just do that.
And we used to, but we haven't done the town hall down there since, what,
Since
5
you
years
cussed me
ago?
out.
Since I cussed you out a long time ago. I need more stools.
I was standing up this house, because I didn't know it. And why did I say that? I said, we're trying to improve the airport. We are investing in the airport. I don't give a damn about that.
I said I got 5 babies, I don't have an airplane. And look at us now. But we're trying to put together some town halls out there. We've also got government services out there as well, cleaning up the old Dunedin campus, to where we're trying to have their remote offices now, but hopefully we'll get some permanent ones out there in the future as well. But it's, for being so isolated and remote as we are away from the county seat, you know, we're trying to do everything that we can up there.
That's good. Good.
So any other comments, thoughts related to the actions under the organization? Excellent. All right, we'll move on to safe and health community. There's a list of key strategic actions that actually go on to the next page. The first one is acquiring the Johnson Farm for future generations. Coley's been working hard, and we may have that one resolved one way or another in the next probably 3 months. I think we're to the point of either we're going to do this or we're not, because we have other opportunities that we've got money set aside, that other opportunities that are coming our way, and if this one's not going to work out, we need to move on. And then we'll work with our legislative delegation regarding the funding that they provided for that project and see if we can use it for the same purpose, but maybe on a different project.
Can we add some key strategic actions according to like the decreased alcohol and drug abuse? Because obviously that's something that's plaguing the county now. I know that we have, you know, some things in the work, but maybe we'll go ahead and highlight that on here as a strategic action for the drug and alcohol abuse. I mean, because we're, you know, working right now with starting up the pharmaceutical money that we, you know, so.
That kind of goes hand in glove with our task force as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, so no, great point.
Coley and I will work on developing some language for a bullet on that. Perfect. For an action.
On the solid waste stuff, I would like you to look at the hours of operations.
Yeah.
Because we work during the week, Monday through Friday. Saturday, as far as landfill usage, is when most of your people who work during the week can go. And closing landfills at 12, whatever it is, on Saturday, I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Because that is the day that people who are at home on the weekends, it's time that they can go to the
Chad's here, he's hearing you, and we'll take a look at what we can do, develop a staffing plan that could allow for a little more stimulus.
Right now, Chad, you closed half a day on Wednesday and open half a day on Saturday.
That's correct.
So in worst case scenario, you just close on Wednesdays and open all day on Saturday.
That's correct.
Swap the dollars off.
Now, our convenience sites are open until 5:30 on Saturday. So if you had to bag garbage, you still have an opportunity to throw it away. But like you said, if it's leaf and limb material, you're cleaning up your yard, that type of stuff, or tearing down a deck or something like that, yeah, we close at noon.
Well, I'm not that efficient that I can have it done by 11.
I totally
My truck is staying full till Tuesday. You know, the other thing we need to look at is staffing levels. Obviously, we try to run the routine staffing levels, but we saw today that that fund is doing well. It may be that we need, you know, we added staff this year to start patrolling the streets and picking up the trash that is in our roadways, and that's going very well. We're making an impact there.
How many mattresses you buy?
I don't know.
Looking for one?
That's not item.
So, but that's something that we can look at. I mean, now that that fund is strong, maybe there's a desire, if this is the bigger issue of being able to be available, we can look at our staffing levels and adjust that. Look at what staffing would be needed in order to keep it open at a more convenient time for persons, and shift some of that staffing, add staffing, or look at part-time, whatever. We'll come up with some options and look at it as we go forward into the operating budget.
I would say, I just want you to know that if you pass it along to them, every interaction I've ever had, they've always been over and beyond helpful. So I just want to let you know that they have been not complaining about that at all.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll pass that along, thank you.
All right, thank you for the feedback. All right, under economic strength. So revising on the chief actions there, revised development and incentive policies support thriving business and job creation. Stephen's been doing a great work trying to accomplish getting our policies the right way and making sure that we're ready to accept business. He's actually today with Site Selectives in New York working on trying to recruit more companies to our county. So that product development is going well. Stephen's identified a number of sites working with Angie. They're getting a good list put together. And then some of the sites that they're identifying, if they're seeing shortfalls regarding their ability to be considered by a prospect, they're bringing those sites up to be more site ready so that when the person comes, they know what the status of that site is, that it's clean environment, the water and sewer is there, electric's there, the internet, all those types of things are known so that when we present, we're presenting a better product to that site selector or that company when they're acquiring it. So we're moving along with regards to that product development. And we know nearly done on our comprehensive growth plan, so that's just about done. And 4.3.1 relates to our diversity, and we're continuing to employ retail strategies as it relates to trying to get ourselves diversity. And we've seen actually a number. How many people have you seen interacted with retail strategies interacting with?
Oh, yeah, it's quite a few. What I'm very impressed with them about is just the knowledge and the relationships they have across the country with retailers. So you get yourself in a room with that and with all the strategies that you put together as a board, that just goes hand in glove as far as what they already know. So then they see the building permits and they see everything else with the growth that we've got. And they look at the ratings as far as what they're trying to put in the retail area. So, you know, that's a process. You know, it takes 2 to 3 to 4 years sometimes to get that rolling, but you got to start. And I applaud y'all for allowing us the opportunity to move forward with that. So I think you'll see some really good things start to happen in the next 2 to 3 years. If not sooner.
I'm very pleased to see what retail strategies has been coming out with.
Yeah.
It looks like everything that we've talked about before, things are finally starting to come to fruition. We're able to see the process and the plan, and,
That's right.
and we're getting some anchor stores on the ground now, which are going to bring in these larger companies that we've been really looking for and struggling
And
for.
those retailers really look to them because they've been in this business for so long, so all that does is just solidify what we already know. It just gets them here quicker.
And if you look at 4.4.1, high-speed internet, we have 4 projects that will be going on between now and probably be completed in the next 2 years between our own project, the county funded, and then 3 other projects that we receive state grants for. So we're doing really well in that area. There's still some holes that we'll have to finish, but we believe when those projects get done, the rest of it should flow out naturally. 4.4.2 was supposed to meet next week. We got to move now to January, but Chairman and I are going to be meeting with the Garrison Commander January 3rd regarding the natural gas connection that we'd like to see out of Fort Liberty. In addition, we're seeking, we have an easement that we need to get in order to support the sewer project that we have going along Highway 87. They've been sitting with them for a number of months, and it's holding up the project. And so we're going to work to get that approved. I don't know how many, action 4.4.3, now that we're part of Campo, more of our county's part of Campo, we believe that there are more spot projects that will help us eventually to get some more construction projects done along with FAMPO, things that we, now that FAMPO area covers more of our area. There's a lot going on in water, sewer, that doesn't really change. And as you see, 4.5.1 and 4.5.2, we've talked about those already in the CIP. Those are going to happen. Any additions, changes as it relates to economic strength, key strategic action?
I'm glad that we're seeing some movement in this clean water and waste infrastructure, because as we grow, all these houses that's been built in this county, we got to concentrate on that.
Yeah. The new Harnett Regional Water Director will be charged with developing a very robust capital improvement plan. Steve has had a strong plan, but there are some things that I've identified that I want to continue to work towards getting done, working in Irwin's system, getting that a regular replacement schedule going there, and so that we can address making sure that we have the water resources we need, and a future water plant that we talked about in the Irwin-Dunn area that we're going to need to do funding that.
You know, I took a trip over to, what is it, Matthews? The area over there where you live?
What?
The area over there where you live.
Matthews Road.
Matthews
Yeah.
Road?
Another
Oh,
town.
that's San Miguel.
Another town over there.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, drive through there
Yeah,
without,
That's a sewer line project that the town of Lillington's doing, that eventually they're going to get to us. And we're going to support that as part of the urban service agreement. So that's going to open up that housing in that area. There's possibility.
this county is losing the rooftops. But they are.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Working in different places in the state, you come across ideas, and I just wondered if you did something like quarterly, where you contacted every business that is registered in Harnett County, businesses, and have a quarterly meeting or semi-annual or something where you bring them in and present what the county, the economic people can help provide to these businesses, or how the county can help these businesses expand and grow in Harnett County. Just, I don't know what you call it. It's not, I'm not calling it like a chamber thing, but similar to getting all the businesses, see if you can get interest in them meeting, and maybe you can push them.
Yeah, I think
more.
I agree. I think there's something we can do there, and we can do that in conjunction with our Harnett County Economic Development, our nonprofit board that is meeting that we work with, and try to have, I don't know, we call it a round table, or what the right answer would be, but we'll look into that with Steve.
BRD, business retention and
Yeah.
expansion, is one of our priority areas. So we do send out newsletters, we send out information, we network with community college and try to send all the resources to them to help our large employers especially get the resources from the state and locally to maintain and grow. Also, there's resources for when we're recruiting, and then we communicate and use the resources of the community college and the small business centers there as well.
I was just going to say, I thought that was part of your assignment.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I know.
Well, that's a good point. We've got to continue to do outreach to those organizations. And then the last one we have is informed and engaged citizens. And I already mentioned, we put down here also the scientific survey that we plan to do for the county. I think needs to be added. Most of these have been done, and so we just start maintaining in a lot of those areas those objectives with the work that Desiree does. So.
I did have a question on this, which Mike and I met in our goal team meeting. For your 5.2.1, I don't know which person recommended this one, but Rebecca wasn't able to provide a lot of input on this regarding what was your vision for this. So I don't know which board member brought it up, but whoever did it, we can maybe have a sidebar conversation on what your vision is for it specifically.
Pick on the person not here.
I want to say we came up with this goal and strategy when, obviously we were having a lot more complaints over customer service in a lot of the departments. And I mean, can't speak for the other commissioners, but I really feel like that has tapered off a little bit as far as the complaints that I've heard from.
That was one of y'all's priorities when y'all came in, and Britt and I talked about this quite a bit, and Desiree's office did a really good job. If you don't go online and look at the things that we've got, I mean, it's all laid out in front of you. We'll be glad to look at any angle y'all want to look at.
And I would say that, since we discussed this, we're trying to improve that area. We don't get half as many complaints as we used to.
That's true.
We used to fill up the computer.
That's true.
With complaints coming from the citizens,
That's right.
you know,
We had-
customer service and how that they're being treated by certain departments and all.
One thing we did this year was we conducted that in-service customer service training, and how many did we?
Over 500 employees went through the training.
Over 500 employees went through in-person customer service training for 4 hours this year. So it's something now we're going to work on maintaining through our NeoGov videos and different things. And then in the future we'll do it again in a little while. But I think it was very well received and has made a difference. So.
And as a part of that contract too, he actually gives like 1 year support to any manager, supervisor, or department head that's having trouble with customer service or any resources that they need is available.
Anything else on the key strategic actions? I know this is getting long, but we're almost done. All right, so the last area, legislative priorities.
What's for dinner? No.
So the legislative priorities was put in front of you. I'll just keep this simple. We've looked at the priorities that are here, and all of these priorities that are listed, we believe need to continue as legislative priorities. We're looking at 2 additional ones. Depending on how the vote happens today, the 382, we may need to put a blurb in here related to the downzoning issue and to pursue getting that repealed if it is approved today. They haven't had the vote yet, have they, guys?
It's supposed to be tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Oh, Lord, that's gonna kill us.
Well, there is some question as to whether the vote.
Right.
I understand that this started out as a Western Carolina relief bill, and
That's right.
it's been hijacked a number of times, and the gentlemen in the mountains are not happy about it. Is
That's
that a
right.
fair
I think
assessment?
you hit it right on it. Yep.
Yes.
3 of them in particular, yes, sir.
Okay, that, and there's.
So if it passes, we will suggest that we put language in here to have that portion of 382 repealed. If it fails, then we don't have to worry about it. But that would be my recommendation.
I would like to, if we're gonna do that, I'd like to add something about this fire suppression bill, because if we have to go to 1,000 GPM into rural counties, you'll have to have a water tower on every little node that comes around, and it will absolutely kill the building industry. Now, don't get me wrong, I think we need to manage growth, but if we kill the building industry, it's gonna be just like it was when Jimmy Carter was in office. Everything will come to a screeching halt. And you talking about putting money back, you don't need to put some money back because our revenue is gonna fall through the floor. So we need to add whatever the correct title is to that bill on our legislative priorities to repeal that.
You guys can help me figure out that.
We'll get you a PDF.
Okay.
Brian, I don't know, it's not really a legislative
My
process.
contact with
Yes,
Golden Leaf is also.
This is gonna sound selfish, but when you come in Wellington on 421, you get to where the old courthouse.
If you stumble across them.
Okay, yeah, the maintenance station.
Yeah, I can talk to you.
I'm assuming
DOT,
Brian's
now
gonna talk to
who needs to address that and get it double turned, because sometimes it's a 15 or 20 minute cycle there. If you're back all the way up to IGA coming in, if you just double turn it, who would need, who does that, DOT?
DOT. Now,
That's a DOT.
Aren't you on Campo now?
Now that you're sitting on Campo.
That would be the first thing I scream about.
I don't know the guy that's gonna be handling that
You will probably have the secretary of DOT in the room with you.
Yeah,
so-
there will be conversation, just so y'all understand the consequences for putting me on that committee.
the other thing that we need to,
I drive it every day, go get them.
No, I'm with you, man.
Hey, Eddie, we need one in front of Anderson Creek Club while you're at. I'm gonna let all of them know you're on that committee and
No,
give them
that's,
their cell phone.
that's Fampo's area.
the other,
It's close enough.
the other thing we need to do is, Lillington has had a transportation engineer do work. They are attempting to eventually get approval from the DOT to run a bypass that would go down, now if you're going south, you can turn into a bypass and go around. They're looking at making that ability two-way, so that if you did not want to go to that intersection, you could use a bypass and go down below where the railroad is, down to the bottom by the bridge. And they've got a design, they're just seeking approval of the DOT, and funding necessary to make that happen. So we need to get that plan, so I can show you what they're attempting to do, and we can work with the DOT to help town of Lillington and help us.
That's
Well, I
great.
don't need him.
That's great.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
See why you on that committee now,
Mr.
Eddie?
Joseph, the county manager, and he told me they had everything about ready to go. Now DOT done stepped out. So it's at a standstill.
Well, you know, the only thing they have to add to get my thing going
Yeah.
is one little light there that says, that arrow pointed that way,
Mhm.
and it'll happen.
Well, that may be an intermediate solution.
$1,000, we can fix that intersection for $1,000.
Hey, come and meet with me at 10, I got them all in the room.
Well, 29 years ago,
No, it's a good point.
29 years ago, where Wendy's is sitting right now, is John Bull's.
Yep.
I was told within 6 months of when I started here that they were gonna put a traffic light right there. And I do not come that way, because I'm not gonna leave all my stuff with my husband's next wife. He is 29 years ago.
So, do any of you have any other language things that you would want to see in the legislative priorities? I'd ask our Kairos gentleman, somebody to comment as it relates to any other language things that we may see coming from the legislature that we know of.
Yeah, so I think one thing I had on my list from our last conversation was the issue that you had brought to our attention concerning the board of elections, school boards, and voting polling locations. We did some homework and digging on that to find the relevant statutes which that we believe would apply to this situation. It's probably going to be a little bit of homework for everybody if that's something that you all do want to pursue, for us to make sure we kind of get the finite details, get the language amended, and things like that, if that's something we want to pursue.
The last conversation I had with Representative Penny about it, if it's our interpretation of the law, is the Board of Elections is allowed to use any public building at their discretion.
Correct.
And it's gonna take a local bill to limit that to the fire stations or church, houses of worship, or however you wanna do it. Because it literally varies from county to county.
Correct.
Like Johnston County is all places are churches.
Correct. And the purpose of a little bit of the homework too was trying to figure out if it was something that was a little bit more statewide.
Yeah, one of the things that I think everybody at this table will agree on, we have got to get these polling places out of these schools. It's a security nightmare. There's not bathroom facilities that you can get to without people running all over the building unescorted. And it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed for the next election. Now, if I'm speaking out of turn, y'all speak up, but I think we've all discussed it enough.
Okay, well, we'll include some language as it relates to that item in the legislative priority. Anything else?
I think that was it. I mean, I'm happy to talk about just some general perspective stuff when it comes to the legislature. I'm sure you all will probably get the same kind of update come to the legislative luncheon with members of the delegation early next year. I believe we have it scheduled. They are, in fact, coming back tomorrow of the House. Technically here, but they're going to be voting out the bill, Senate Bill 382, as we talked about, and the controversial provision in there. We expect them to come back for the beginning of the next long session in 2025, pretty early in January. They should have their ceremonial session, pick back up substantive work, what it looks like to be at the end of January, if not early February, in terms of the legislative calendar, committees, et cetera. So having our legislative priorities in order before then, I think would be key for our job and everybody else's here. With that, we're going into a new fiscal year, new budget projections and revenue. We'll probably get more definitive answers of what that actually looks like, probably closer to the legislative luncheon from the Office of State Budget Management about what their projections are. From our conversations with appropriations staff, chairs, et cetera, they are not projected to have at least a substantial revenue increase at this time. We kind of figured that considering what Hurricane Helene relief has been. They've appropriated about $1.1 billion out of what they call their rainy day fund, specifically for that effort. I would expect whatever they do in terms of revenue that they will likely look to replenish those coffers, knowing that they use that for any other sort of natural disaster type relief in the state here moving forward. Not saying to completely temper our expectations when it comes to the appropriations process, but we do have a brand new biennium in front of us and money on the table. So I'd expect everything is at least fair game, but we should have at least numbers to look at hopefully pretty soon.
All right.
Happy to answer any questions.
The last part, if you could take one and pass it down. What I'm having Eddie pass down to you is the list of projects that we had included last year when we sought funding from the legislator on various projects. So there's a list of 11 items. 3 that were on last year's list are now down at the bottom as being funded for various reasons. We've put money towards each of those projects. So I pulled them off. What I'd like for you to do, if you could rank those 1 through 11, and then provide that information back to me, and then that's what we'll provide to our legislative delegation in order to show what our priorities are for funding requests as we go into next year.
You want this back next week?
Yeah. Yeah, if you could bring it, do it now or do it next week, whatever. I do need it, yeah, before the 18th of December so that I can have it prepared for our, so yeah, if you brought it back next week, that would be just fine. And now the other thing I will say is if you think of a project that is not on this list, please write it down and then we can discuss it as we go forward and approving. It may be something that others are interested in seeing done.
Well, I was just sitting here thinking, when you said that, we talked about a morgue and it being a standalone building. We talked about Board of Elections and it being a standalone building. And I'm sure there's 2 or 3 more I can scratch my head and think of, build one building, put them all in it.
Well, and we can sure have that discussion. The reason that right now we want to put the morgue out by the emergency management folks because of convenience for operations, so we don't have to hire other staff. We can have emergency management staff do that. But yes, those kinds of buildings are definitely for discussion. So please write down any suggestions for items that you don't see listed, and then we can including those discussions. But
That's not on here.
right, if you would like to request funding for Board of Elections buildings, you can definitely include that as a potential project. And that's all I have, sir. I appreciate your patience as we work through these to make sure that you have the information that we have and be able to discuss projects and priorities.
I hadn't been down there and looked at it in years and years, but how much available space is left in the old jail?
There's a lot of space.
You have a question, ma'am?
Oh, do you think the 382 is gonna pay?
It's been sealed about whether or not those 3 votes are going to flip. If I was a betting man, I'd say yes, just based on the dynamics of the legislature itself.
Well, I think it's gonna be devastating to the governing body of the county and state.
Well, on this point, I just want to make clear too, it's something that's statewide. There's been massive pushback and disagreement with, from our perspective, County Commissioners Association, League of Municipalities, pretty much every rural county throughout the state. We got some inside intel into where it came from. I think it kind of slipped through the cracks, unfortunately, through a conference report process that just pretty much put a bill on the floor. I expect it to be high on the agenda in January to be fixed.
Well, there's gonna be a similar bill for Eastern North Carolina agricultural relief.
Yeah, the House Agriculture Committee is hearing at least what's projected to be that.
Those numbers are liable to be twice or three times what the damage is in the mountains.
Exactly. Yeah, they're doing kind of an overview of what the cost assessment is in that committee.
Any other questions, comments? Well, I just want to go ahead and thank everybody, especially those that put together lunch for us. Everyone that had a presentation today, I appreciate all the info. And, well, let's keep going on with our plans. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, motion and a second, we are adjourned.